Naidu ji, along with Dr. T. Radhakrishnan, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary and Commissioner, Greater Chennai. And with us we have Dr. Raghavendra Bhatt, Deputy Director General, AS, ICAR and Utility. And also please put your hands together and welcome Dr. Tushar Devi from the Netherlands, President, WVPA Global. Namaskar. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the official inauguration program of WVPA India Conference 2024. My name is Anusha Lakrana and it's my privilege to host this milestone program. As we're set to start our inaugural program, it's rightly said, prayer is not asking. It is longing of the soul. It is both an incredible expression of faith and a humble gesture of surrender towards the divine. May I now request Mr. Rohit Bhatt to present invocation prayer.
गजाननयुतं गणेश्वरं गजाननयुतं गणेश्वरं भजामि सततं सुरेश्वरं श्रीगजाननयुतं गणेश्वरम् भजामि सततं सुरेश्वरं श्रीगजाननयुतं गणेश्वरं भजामि सततं सुरेश्वरं श्रीगजाननयुतं गणेश्वरम् अजेन्द्र पूजित विघ्नेश्वरम् अजेन्द्र पूजित विघ्नेश्वरम् गणादिसन्नुत पद पद्मकरम् अजेन्द्र पूजित विघ्नेश्वरम् गणादिसन्नुत पद पद्मकरं कुञ्जरभञ्जन चतुरतरकरं कुञ्जरभञ्जन चतुरतरकरं गुरुगुहाग्रजं प्रणवाकारं कुञ्जरभञ्जन चतुरतरकरं गुरुगुहाग्रजं प्रणवाकारं पप्पमगरि सनिधनि सरिगमपमप धनि धरिगममरिग सनिधपम सनिधपं निधपम धपम पमगरि सरिगमपधनि रिसनिधपमगरि गजाननयुतं गणेश्वरम् भजामि सततं सुरेश्वरं श्रीगजाननयुतं गणेश्वरम् भजामि सततं सुरेश्वरं सुरेश्वरं श्रीगजाननयुतं गणेश्वरम् विघ्नेश्वरं सुमुख लंबोदरा एकदन्तम् उपास्महे विघ्नेश्वरम्
Thank you for the divine prayer, Mr. Rohitji. It's my pride and privilege to request Dr. Jitendra Verma, President, WVPA India, to felicitate and welcome our chief guest for the ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our Honorable former Vice President of India, Sri M. Venkaiah Naidu ji. Thank you, sir. I also request Dr. Jitendra Verma, sir, to please felicitate and to heartily welcome our guest of honor, Dr. J. Radhakrishnan, IS, Additional Chief Secretary and Commissioner, Greater Chennai. Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. P.K. Malik to kindly felicitate our guest of honor, Dr. Raghavendra Bhatta, Deputy Director General, AS, ICAR, New Delhi. I also request Dr. P.K. Malik, sir, to please felicitate and to welcome Dr. Professor Shark David, President, WVPA Global, the Netherlands. I also request Dr. P.K. Malik, sir, to please felicitate and to welcome Dr. Jitendra Verma, President, WVPA India. Thank you, Malik, sir. While we have embraced the new normal, our traditional ceremonies and culture will never fade away. And today's auspicious activities are a testament to that. May I now request all the dignitaries on the stage to please light the lamp and to mark this occasion with positive energy. Kurutvam kalyanam Arogyam dhanasampadam Shubham kurutvam kalyanam Arogyam dhanasampadam Shatrubuddhi vinashaya Deepajyotir namostute Deepajyotir namostute. Thanks to all dignitaries. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May I now request our President, WVPA India, Dr. Jitendra Verma, sir, to present welcome address.
Honorable Padma Vibhushan Shri Venkaiah Naidu ji, former Vice President of India, Honorable Additional Chief Secretary, Greater Chennai, Dr. J. Radhakrishnan, President WVPA, Professor Shak, Honorable DDG Animal Science, Dr. Raghavendra Bhatta, Director of this institute, Dr. N.K.S. Gowda, Director of ICAR institutes, other institutes based at Bangalore, office bearers of WVPA India, my teachers, invited speakers, distinguished guests, overseas delegates, esteemed delegates, respected colleagues, beloved students, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It is with great pleasure and a sense of profound honor that I stand here before you to extend a warm welcome to the World Veterinary Poultry Association WVPA India Conference 2024, organized by ICAR, NP, NINP, and WVPA India branch. This gathering is a testament to our shared commitment to advancing the field of poultry science and addressing the challenges that our industry faces. We are privileged to have in our midst today a diverse group of professionals, experts, leaders who have dedicated their career to the well-being of poultry and the advancement of veterinary science. The theme of the conference, Avian Health and Challenges Opportunities, chosen for this year's event reflects our collective pursuit of excellence, innovation, sustainability in avian health. This conference provides a unique platform to knowledge exchange, collaboration, and networking. The rich tapestry of perspectives and experiences that each one of you bring to this forum is invaluable. And I'm confident that the discussions and the interactions over the next 2 days will be both enlightening and fruitful. Our sincere gratitude goes to all the sponsors and supporting organizations for their generous support, without which this conference would have not been possible. We appreciate their commitment to the advancement of poultry science and their recognition of the importance of collaborative efforts in addressing the challenges of our industry. As we embark over this journey of exploration, discovery, and collaboration, I encourage each one of you to actively participate in this session, engage with your peers, and make the most of this opportunity to broaden your understanding and contribute to the collective knowledge pool. Once again, I welcome you to each one of you. May this conference be a source of inspiration, learning, meaningful collection. Let us work together to create a future where the health and welfare of poultry are safeguarded and our contribution to the field make a lasting impact. Thank you for your presence. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful welcome address along with enlightening us about the WVPA conference. May I now request Dr. Professor Shak David, President WVPA Global, all the way from the Netherlands, to please address today's gathering. Please put your hands together for Dr. Professor Shak David.
Dear honorable members, people, dear friends, Professor Islam and I, being the secretary and the president of the World Veterinary Poultry Association, are deeply, deeply honored by, being allowed to be in your meeting. As you know, the objectives of the World Veterinary Poultry Association are to organize meetings, for studying poultry diseases and related conditions. We encourage poultry research, and we also really try to stimulate the exchange of knowledge and knowledge between, individuals and also between institutes. We know the poultry industry is a very important industry in the world. It's the main supplier, it's the biggest supplier of high quality proteins for human consumption, partly eggs, partly the meat. And for that, we fulfill a very important role in the world. With this in mind, if then I look at this meeting, your excellent meeting, WVPA is very proud and happy with your activities. And you have an excellent meeting in collaboration with a very famous institute where we are the guest at it. Sorry. National Institute for Animal Nutrition and Physiology, sorry. It's a very big pleasure to see so many international famous poultry researchers, young researchers and students. It creates an excellent opportunity to exchange this knowledge, and we can all, learn from each other. We can also have a lot of networking, and I think the exchange of knowledge is very important also for the future, the young people, because basically they are the future. So I'm very happy with so many young people in the audience. So with that in mind, I really would like to thank the Indian branch of the WVPA and the local organizing committee for organizing such an excellent meeting. And I'm looking forward with all of you to enjoy this unforgettable event. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Dr. Professor Shakdevi. Thank you so much, sir. We are so enlightened with your presence. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to request our guest of honor, Dr. Raghavendra Bhatta, Deputy Director General AS, ICAR, New Delhi, to please address today's inaugural ceremony.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Most respected Sri Venkaiah Naidu Garu, Honorable former Vice President of India, Dr. J. Radhakrishnan, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Commissioner of Greater Chennai, and also is my classmate, Professor Shak, President, World Veterinary Poultry Association, Dr. Jitendra Verma, President, World Veterinary Poultry Association, India branch, Dr. P.K. Malik, Organizing Secretary, Dr. N.K. Gowda, in charge Director of National Institute of Animal Nutrition and Physiology, my beloved teachers, Professor Abdul Rahman sir, Dr. Srinivas Gowda sir, respected seniors, distinguished delegates, invited guests, friends from press and media, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's truly an honor to stand before you today at this significant gathering. I extend my warm greeting from the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, New Delhi. I regret to inform that Secretary DARE and DG ICAR, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, although he promised that he will be here but couldn't attend due to urgent meetings, but he extends his best wishes for the success of this conference. Over the past decade, India's poultry industry has displayed remarkable growth, transforming into a symbol of resilience, innovation, and unwavering dedication. Starting from the modest beginning as a small-scale backyard activity, persistent efforts in public policies, entrepreneurial initiatives, coupled with research interventions, have propelled Indian poultry to a new height. As of 2024, India's poultry population stood at an impressive 852 million, with a market worth of $6.31 million US, projected to reach about $7.3 billion US by 2029. Globally, India ranks third in egg production, witnessing a compound annual growth rate of around 7.4% per annum, with a per capita availability of about 95 eggs annually. In the poultry meat production, India holds fifth position, contributing around 51.4% of the total meat production in India and 4.75 million metric tons. The increase in average annual egg consumption person from 30 in 2014 to 101 in 2023, and the rise in chicken consumption from mere 400 grams in 2014 to almost about 2.8 kgs not only underscores our commitment to food security, but also signify the advancement in poultry health, welfare, and sustainable farming practices. Despite these achievements, the industry faces challenges, particularly the fluctuating prices of raw materials, such as maize and the soybean meal, two important raw materials of the poultry feed. The broiler industry experiences significant price fluctuation, and we look to the government of India for possible solutions, maybe such as import of GM crops, GM maize, and maybe a curb on the export of soybean meal. Additionally, false information circulating in the social media about the usage of hormones in broilers, antimicrobial resistance, plastic eggs requires urgent attention. Raising awareness to dispel these myths is essential for the public good. On a positive note, recent strides in research, such as the release of a genomic chip for backyard poultry by the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, in collaboration with ILRI, our Rahman sir here, he represents International Livestock Research Institute, and give us hope. This innovation will aid in the selection of birds for multiple tries to genomic selection. I am confident that this two-day conference will comprehensively address these challenges and provide valuable recommendations for the policymakers. My heartfelt congratulations to the organizers for orchestrating this significant event. Thank you, and Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir, for all the kind words. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pride and privilege to request our guest of honor, Dr. J. Radhakrishnan, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary and Commissioner, Greater Chennai, to please release our conference book and to address today's inaugural ceremony. The release of our conference book by Dr. J. Radhakrishnan, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary and Commissioner, Greater Chennai. May I now request Dr. J. Radhakrishnan, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary and Commissioner, Greater Chennai, to please address today's gathering.
A very good morning to everybody. Anayavarkum namaskara. Most respected Padma Bhushan Shri M. Venkaiah Naidu ji, former Honorable Vice President of India, a very acclaimed administrator who has been rightly chosen as the chief guest for today's function. Of course, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Secretary, could not join us, but he has sent his good wishes. Guest of honor, Dr. Raghavendra Bhatta, not only my classmate, but next to my roll number, I was 3060, he was 3061, 83 batch. Deputy Director General of ICAR, Dr. Professor Sajak D. Witt, President of World Veterinary Poultry Association Global, the Netherlands, Dr. Jitendra Varna, President World Veterinary Poultry Association India, Dr. P.V.K. Malik, Organization Secretary, Head ICR, distinguished participants, Dr. Abdul Rahman, my own senior who inspired a lot of us, Dr. Nadeem, I think he's not here, but all the distinguished seniors who are here, senior officials from ICR, friends and of course entrepreneurs from poultry industry, hatchery, layer, broiler, immunological site students and researchers. It gives me great pleasure and honor for me to address all of you today. Some of you may be confused why Greater Chennai Corporation Commissioner is here. First of all, I'll let you know that I am myself a student. I'm doing an interdisciplinary doctorate at University of Georgia near Atlanta in One Health, which is very close to both our veterinary as a base And I always love to come to my own alma mater, which is Veterinary College, Bangalore. It gives me great pleasure and honor to address this conference organized by World Veterinary Poultry Association and ICAR. Participants in the conference come from a whole spectrum of poultry sectors: commercial, small-scale producer, traders, research, development partners, as well as representatives from NGO and donor communities. You have come for an ambitious objective to explore and advise on the best scenarios for the future of poultry health sector, and it doesn't limit nowadays with one sector. One Health has made that all of us, whether it is environment health, human health, animal health, all of us are related. Like always we say that last 70 out of 100% communicable diseases to human comes with animals. Why 75%? Wildlife to animal, animal to human, human to animal. That is one sector. Last 100 years, check up any pandemic, it would have come with animals. And recent pandemic came from animal, and coming disease X also people guess that it will come with animal. So animals are part and parcel. That is not the disease is not the only role of animal. The role of animal is in food security. That is what everybody misses. If today farmers' income security and people's food security has to be addressed, we cannot ignore animal husbandry. That is where this conference assumes absolute information. You have come with this ambitious objective to advise the best scenarios. Meeting expanding global demands for poultry products, whether it is meat and eggs, poultry sector has actually grown leaps and bounds. I'll end with the story of Namakkal, but really I have seen myself. Originally, first appointment was supposed to be DJ Asheris. Next appointment was supposed to be Alved, courtesy Dr. Thing. Finally, I came to a college as a junior assistant professor, and later I joined civil services, and today I'm with all of you. But rapid intensification of poultry production and how we have gained, whether it is broiler or layer, is a lesson for everybody. Most respected B.V. Raoji, Andhra today is a leader. We have to salute him for his visionary approach. Without his visionary approach, all of us would not be there. See, everywhere I personally feel we have to be team people. Our most respected Vice President Ji was head of a parliamentary committee when he was in opposition. On disaster management, such valuable guidances he gave through the parliamentary committee and institutionalized so many mechanisms. That is where I think the teamwork, thinking that all of us should work together is gains importance. Now, at the same time, we cannot forget traditional, less intensive, low input poultry production, which is also a common and important practice in most developing countries. These traditional systems have diverse functions and respond to different challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot end with that. Highly pathogenic avian influenza started in Asia in late 2003, but it always creates a scare. As collector Salem and all, I still remember in 2003 we'll have to have chicken mela and all. Lot of misconception. Just now my dear friend said, everybody says animal means it will so much of antibiotic is given, so much of feed supplement is being given. They'll all cause you antibiotic resistance. We have to break that myth. Those are the kinds of challenges which we all have. Poultry sector has suffered severe economic losses and very substantial investment needed to make both by the sector itself and the donor committee in disease prevention and control. We have animal disease intelligence units. Where we need to do is 2007 to 9 UN talked about One Health, but even now quadripartite groups are working, whether it is UNFA or Organization of Animals, the WHO's counterpart of animals, WHO, UN, all of us are working. But whether we have been able to institutionalize it, Government of India has taken leaps and bounds to institutionalize it. And if I am correct, Karnataka is one of the lead state which is taking the lead in One Health. I am very proud to know that Karnataka and I think states took the lead. We have developed a policy, we also need to implement. These are the issues which we need to deliberate. FA and its partners have been addressing these multiple challenges and are committed to do so at all necessary levels. And they have implemented 116 such projects on particularly highly pathogenic avian influenza. More than anything else now, what I learned in Namakkal is that, the kind of the disease prevention activity which is there, I used to feel why humans don't do it. Your vehicle cannot go inside the thing without disinfection. You cannot go inside without disinfection. But all the hatcheries happen to be in Karnataka. They supply. Venkateshwara's colleagues supply to entire western belt. It's a very, very dynamic belt. You should, lot of people do come to Tiruvannamalai, but do visit the western belt of Tamil Nadu. Such a dynamic people who are welcoming everybody and very industrial. I'll end by giving certain examples about them that, you believe it or not, in 1969, one person called as Dr. N. Nandagopal is a veterinary assistant surgeon. He, with his experience in TAPCO, just met another person called as Velappa, who was a branch manager in post office. They brought 6 fowls. Today, do you know what is the Namakal's population? 4.5 crore birds. From 6, it has gone to 4.5 crore. We produce 4 crore eggs a day. Of course, with Andhra people here, I will not compete. Andhra is still number 1, will continue to be number 1. But just like our Honorable Prime Minister say, we should not look at things in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra. Country has to grow. When we all were studying in 1983, we were not number 1 in egg production. We are not number 1 in milk production. But whether just like agri, Dr. M.S. Swaminathan, veterinary, milk production, Dr. Kurian, look at the sea, blue revolution. Everywhere, scientists, you all have contributed. ICAR, ARS officers, scientists, your role is very important. Please understand that you played a very, very critical role. Everybody talks of industry. I can start a Hyundai factory. I can start a Ford factory. They are important. For economic, they are important. But how much employment they'll give? 3,000 people directly, 10,000 people indirectly. But one Nagapattinam district, 150,000 people are farmers. Without farmers, see the situation, neglect of farmers, what happened to Sri Lanka? What is happening to neighboring countries? I don't want to name. Neglect of farmer and farming community will spell doom. Luckily, Honorable Prime Minister and particularly the governments, both center and states, have been working towards committing to this. And we all have a tremendous role. TN Tube has a cumulative growth rate of 23.5% and 30 to 35% of in egg production, and meat production is 30.53 production. When we talk of economic growth, animal husbandry is part and parcel. I have lived, sir himself is from the farming community. I have worked very closely with farmers in all the 4 districts I was there. I found that, the animal husbandry is a balancer. Drought comes, disease comes, but animal husbandry, if you have got a thing, they are able to balance and ensure that they have a decent living. So we have a role in several areas. One, health, to ensure that in 36 hours a pathogen can come from America to India and go back. We cannot neglect One Health. It has to be institutionalized, and veterinarians have to be forming a core part. And you all should be aware, Government of India has already constituted a team for dedicated to it. But we need to institutionalize, not only talk about it. Second would be food security. Protein is coming from this, and poultry has a very important part. Third is protecting views on antibiotics and all. Fourth is on vaccinations. I am proud that, poultry industry, I was health secretary for 8.5 years. I gave the example of a hatchery where from 0 day Marek's disease to Newcastle disease to Ranikesh disease to Gumboro disease, correct vaccination they follow. But we outreach workers, A&M, go plead from house to house to ensure for human being to give vaccine to his child. That is the dedication of a poultry farmer, and we have a duty to poultry farmers. And that is where this conference assumes health. Our Honorable Vice President Ji, he is such an eloquent speaker, an excellent speaker. I've heard a number of his speeches, and he is an inspiring figure. He has come and graced this occasion, and all of you are here. You all deserve his speech more than mine. With this, I will end. Thank you, one and all. Jai Hind. And I always owe, by ending, only one thing. We talk of so many conflicts, but when Kayasnor forest disease comes, silently all the vaccines are given to our, not silently, openly. Our disease coordination is so excellent, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. They give the vaccine to our border workers to ensure that the monkey fever doesn't come. Anchatti, when Zika came, detection was in Manipal. That is the kind of integration we should talk of. We all should look at integration of knowledge, integration of ideas, integration of states. We should not fight with each other, but with compete for excellence, complement each other. And I always owe today, if I am here, it is only because of Veterinary College Bangalore I am here. Thank you one and all. I'm really grateful that you gave me an opportunity to share the stage not only with Raghavendra Vetta, but our renowned inspirational leader, our Honorable Padma Vibhushan, Venkaiah Naidu ji. Thank you one and all. Respects to all my senior teachers. Salute.
Thank you, sir, for all those motivational talk. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, it's my absolute pride and privilege to invite a great leader with positive vision and mission, a great inspirational person to lakhs and lakhs of people, none other than our today's chief guest, Padma Vibhushan Shri M. Venkaiah Naidu Garu, Honorable former Vice President of India, to please release the conference souvenir and to enlighten us through his words. We request Malik sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Padma Vibhushan Shri M. Venkaiah Naidu Garu, Honorable former Vice President of India, to please address today's gathering.
Dr. R. Bhatta, Deputy Director General, ICAR, Dr. Radhakrishnan, Secretary, Tamil Nadu Government, Professor Sazak D. Witt, President, World Veterinary Poultry Association from our friendly country, Netherlands, Dr. Jitendra Verma, President, World Veterinary Poultry Association of India, delegates from different parts of the country. ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇಂದು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಿರುವ ವಿಶ್ವ ಪಶುವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಕೋಳಿ ಸಂಘಟನಾ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಲು ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷವಾಗಿದೆ. I feel very happy. To be here amidst you all today, this morning. I started with a little Kannada for the simple reason that I always stress that one must promote mother tongue, national language. First mother tongue, then brother tongue, later any other tongue. Brother tongue means the other languages within the country, and then go for the next international language. Because I always feel that one must really study, do research, understand subject in his or her respective mother tongue. It's very easy. Mother tongue is like your eyesight. English is like your spectacles. If you have eyesight, the spectacles will work. If you do not have eyesight, if you wear Ray-Ban glass, zuban se kuch aayega nahi. This has to be understood by one and all. Reading in mother tongue is very easy. Because if it is in any other language, you have to focus on two things. One, language. Second, subject. Two things. Even the developed countries, many of the people are under misimpression the China, Germany, Japan, or even Russia, they all focus more on their respective languages. English, yes, it is important, but far more important is your language. That has to be promoted and respected. My dear friends, today I am here not because I am an expert on the subject, but I am a son of a farmer. Agriculture is our basic culture in India. Agriculture is our basic culture. 60% of the people used to be in agriculture. Slowly the number has come down to 56% or so. Earlier it was even 70. That is the basic activity. So government, people's representatives, everybody should focus and pull out their energies to protect agriculture. Agriculture also allied activities. Poultry is also part of agriculture. This is very much needed. I am happy to inaugurate this conference on avian health challenges and opportunities and share my thoughts with all of you today. It is heartening to see the global community of veterinary experts, researchers, and practitioners coming together to exchange knowledge, discuss challenges, and explore innovative solutions that will shape the future of poultry health. As you are all aware, poultry industry is the cornerstone of agriculture, providing a significant source of protein for billions of people worldwide. In the pursuit of sustainable development, the veterinary community plays a pivotal role in safeguarding animal health, ensuring food safety, use of resources, responsible use of resources. The challenges we face are complex and multifaceted. There are opportunities, there are challenges also. The challenges like emerging diseases and antimicrobial resistance to the products and the need for more efficient and environment-friendly production methods. That is the need of the hour. As we navigate these challenges, collaboration becomes paramount. International conferences like this provide a platform for fostering conferences, these partnerships, sharing best practices, leveraging collective experience, sharing experiences, learning from each other's experience. That's the best way to improve our knowledge. The theme of the conference underscores the importance of unity in addressing the evolving needs of the poultry sector. We need to have unity. In the context of a rapidly changing global landscape, it is essential that we stay abreast of the latest advancements in the poultry science and technology, embracing innovation, investing in research, and adopting evidence-based practices that will empower us effectively to tackle the existing challenges and prepare to meet future threats also. Furthermore, we must acknowledge the interconnectedness of human, animal, and environmental health. the One Health approach, by recognizing the interdependence between these elements, we can develop holistic strategies in tune with the call of our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Bhai Modi. He said, one earth, one health. That not only enhances the health and welfare of poultry, but also contributes to the well-being of our planet and its inhabitants. Livestock production and agriculture are interdependent on each other, and both are crucial for overall food security of the nation. Mahatma Gandhi once said, cattle wealth is nation's wealth. As per the 20th livestock census by Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying held in 2019, the total poultry population in India was 851.81 million. Poultry is the most organized livestock sector in India, worth more than rupees 1.4 lakh crores. Poultry production has three segments: layers, broilers, and backyard or rural poultry farming. There was a study with regard to the suicides by farming community. And the study by Manage, the institute in Hyderabad, the study reveals people who are also having dairy or backyard poultry, none of them committed suicide. Whereas the other farmers, some of them committed suicide. That means there is a message. This is dependable. So we should focus more on encouraging farmers to go for backyard poultry, dairy, and other allied activities. While the backyard or rural poultry in the unorganized consists of about 20% of the total market share, the backyard poultry sector plays a key role in generating supplementary income and nutritional security to the rural and tribal masses. Besides income generation, the backyard poultry provides nutrition, supplementation in form of valuable animal protein, and empowers rural youth and women socially and economically also. Poultry farming has the vast potential to be the most abundant source for quality protein to feed the world in terms of egg and poultry meat. Egg, consumption from egg. One of the reasons for my health is I eat eggs daily. Daily. So my advice to people is eat egg, not the other one. First focus on egg. Whether you want to have a peg or not, I don't want to get into that. Egg is more important. It's more healthy. The next one spoils health. Keep that in mind. So consuming egg really gives you protein. Our younger generation, they are now getting tempted to the Western food. The burgers, the pizzas, and the other food. But what we need is cooked food. Cooked food and proteinous food. This has to be, slowly our children also has to be educated in that regard. Because the children, if they grow well, then they'll become healthy and ideal citizens. This poultry farming has a vast potential to be the most abundant source of quality protein to feed the world in terms of egg and poultry meat. Egg is a wholesome, nutritional food with high nutritional density, Similarly, poultry meat is a good source of proteins, minerals, and vitamins. The global poultry market size was estimated at $350 billion in 2022 and is expected to grow to 403.21 billion in 2026. See, you're going to have phenomenal growth. As regards to Indian poultry sector, we are the world's third largest egg producer and fifth largest producer of broilers, with a total value of 1,40,000 crore in 2022, employing more than 5 million people directly and indirectly. Energy as well as employment also. That is the great contribution of this sector. However, 57% of the egg production in the country comes from 5 states of Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, West Bengal, and Haryana, parts of this state, Karnataka. 70% of the rare birds are being raised in the states of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Maharashtra in the south, and Haryana in the north. In view of this geographical imbalance in poultry farming, there is urgent need to encourage poultry farming in other parts of the country because there is a huge population there, with special focus on Northeast India and tribal areas of central and western India. We must nationalize it in order to rationalize our health and also increase wealth. It improves your health as well as increase your wealth also. 2 in 1. With India's population expected to reach 1.65 billion by 2050, the geographical spread of poultry farming becomes all the more crucial to meet the recommended dietary levels of the livestock products by Indian Council for Medical Research, ICMR. The need of the hour is for the India poultry sector to rise to the occasion and meet the twin challenges of providing nutritional security to the burgeoning population and fulfilling the feed demand for the huge livestock from limited land and water resources. This is another important aspect. No doubt, poultry sector has been plagued many challenges like price escalation in feed, bird flu outbreaks, COVID-19 pandemic, and global warming in recent years. Recognizing the vital role of the poultry industry in ensuring food security, nutritional well-being, and economic development, Government of India has launched a series of initiatives and schemes to support the sector, reflecting its commitment to fostering a robust and sustainable agri-food ecosystem. We need to develop agri-food ecosystem. As you are all aware, one of the key challenges faced by the poultry sector globally is the threat of diseases. In this regard, the Government of India has implemented the National Animal Disease Control Program to curb the spread of diseases like avian influenza. This program focuses on vaccination, surveillance, and biosecurity measures, ensuring the health well-being of poultry population across the country. Additionally, the National Livestock Mission, another noteworthy endeavor, seeks to ensure quantitative and qualitative improvement in livestock and poultry production systems. Through this mission, the government is investing in infrastructure development, breed improvement, and disease control measures, fostering an environment conducive to the growth of poultry industry. This has to be really implemented like a mission, without giving any remission or doing any omission. We must take up with passion for the sake of the nation. This is very important. In addition, the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan encourages the development of indigenous technologies and innovations in the agriculture and allied sectors. In the context of poultry farming, this initiative aims to reduce dependence on the imports and enhance the productivity and the competitiveness of Indian poultry farmers. One such initiative is the Pradhana Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, a flagship scheme that encompasses the development of both marine and inland fisheries, including the promotion of modern aquaculture practices. Recognizing the integral link between fisheries and poultry farming, this initiative aims to enhance the availability of quality fish meal, a crucial component in poultry feed formulations. As we deliberate the challenges and opportunities which we are going to do, the poultry sector at this conference, let us not forget the importance of sustainable practices. The government's emphasis on the sustainable agriculture through initiatives like the Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana resonates with the global call for responsible and eco-friendly poultry farming practices. Eco-friendly, because climate change has become real. It is affecting the entire globe, not only so-called developed countries, but even the developed countries also are suffering. So we need to go for eco-friendly practices in every sector, including in poultry farming practice also. I commend the World Veterinary Poultry Association, India, and the National Institute of Animal Nutrition and Physiology, Bengaluru, for jointly organizing this conference. I urge all the practitioners to share their insights and make meaningful contributions for the advancement of veterinary poultry science. My dear friends, as I told you, conferences like this provide an opportunity to understand the opportunities, understand the problems, and also understand the solutions to the problems, and then come with meaningful conclusions. That will be very useful. That's why I feel this conference is very important. You will have excellence of ideas, collaborative practices, knowledge about the same, and the global practices that are there to improve the poultry health. By working together, we can build a resilient and sustainable future for the poultry industry, ensuring a safe and abundant food supply for generations to come. For all this, we need peace. Peace in mind, peace in society, peace in the country, and peace in the world. Because peace is a prerequisite for progress. If you have tension, you cannot pay attention and have retention. You'll be doing only pretension. So peacefully, happily, exchange ideas, discuss implications, understand the innovations, and then come with solutions. I feel that the government of India and the state government, they are doing their best. But I feel that more focus should be on research. Research for the truth. Research for betterment of our wealth, betterment of our health, and research to make finally people happy. Mere wealth will not give you happiness. Something more is required, happiness. For that happiness, we must all work together. We must share it. Share and care is the core of Indian philosophy. Share and care. This is Vasudaika Kudumbakam, Sarve Jana Sukhino Bhavantu. India once upon a time was Vishwaguru. And 26 or 30% of the world GDP used to be from India, followed by China. but because of the colonial rule, the robbery by those people, we lost much of the momentum. Again, time has come. India is on the move. India is being recognized and respected worldwide thanks to the initiative taken by the Prime Minister and thanks to the intelligence of our younger generation. You look at the multinational companies worldwide, if you identify 100, 50 of them are led by Indians. That is the greatness of this land, this soil, this water, this air, and this great country, Bharatamata. So we should really take advantage of the same and rise to the occasion to improve the quality of production, take care of health of everybody, and then adding to the wealth also. That should be our approach. Mere wealth acquisition alone will not give you happiness. Keeping all these things in mind, I hope this conference will come with some innovative, wonderful experiences for the larger interest of the nation as well as the people in the veterinary sector. I would like to thank the organizers for providing me this opportunity to come here and spend some time. And then I've just been given a wonderful book. I've just had a glance of it. There seems a lot of information in that. And I remember one thing, information with confirmation is more than an ammunition. Information with confirmation. Simple information alone, you know, nowadays social media and some of the media also headlines. But don't take that headline as a deadline. You pursue your own line by going to the full subject. So books and publications will really give you an insight with such correct and accurate information, which will really strengthen your thoughts and the movement forward. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಮಾತನಾಡುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನವನ್ನ ತೋರಿದಂತ ಪದ್ಮ ವಿಭೂಷಣ ಮಾಜಿ ಉಪರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಪತಿಗಳಾದಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀ ಎಂ ವೆಂಕಯ್ಯ ನಾಯ್ಡು ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್. ಅವರ್ ಸಿನ್ಸಿಯರ್ ಗ್ರಾಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ಆಲ್ ದೋಸ್ ರೈಮಿಂಗ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಗೈಡೆನ್ಸ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್. May I now request Dr. N.K.S. Gowda, Director Acting, ICAR, NIANP Bengaluru, to present vote of thanks. Thank you, sir. Words of thanks. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Ellarigu namaskaralu. As our presidents, vice presidents are told, it is not vote of thanks, it is a word of thanks. Most respected Padma Vibhushan Sri Venkaiah Naidu ji, former Vice President of India and Chief Guest of today's function, other dignitaries and dais, my teachers, industry delegates, all the distinguished invitees and delegates from abroad and India, for this two-day international conference on avian health, opportunities and challenges. It is my proud privilege to propose the word of thanks in this momentous occasion. Sri Venkaiah Naidu ji was kind enough to accept our invitation to be the chief guest and inaugurate this conference. Sir is always fond of agriculture and animal husbandry, which is evident in his eloquent speech. Respected sir, we are indeed highly grateful and thankful to you for your kind gesture and blessing this occasion. Now I request Dr. Jitendra Verma ji, President, World Veterinary Poultry Association India branch, to present our chief guest a memento as a token of our love and affection. Dr. Himanshu Pathak ji, Secretary DARE and Director General ICAR New Delhi, due to some unavoidable reasons could not come to this conference. We were thankful to him for his support and guidance. Dr. J. Radhakrishnan, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary and Commissioner, Greater Chennai, as guest of honor, has graced this occasion. Dr. Radhakrishnan is known for his contribution during the tsunami rehabilitation in Tamil Nadu. Sir, we are very much thankful to you for your presence and gracing this occasion. Now I request Dr. Jitendra Verma ji to present a memento to Dr. Radhakrishnan ji. Our beloved Deputy Director General, Animal Sciences ICAR New Delhi, Dr. Raghavendra Bhattaji is the main force behind this conference. Sir, we are grateful to you for gracing this occasion in spite of your busy schedule at the headquarters. Now I request Dr. Jitendra Verma ji to present him a memento on this occasion. The President of World Veterinary Poultry Association, Professor Sajak D. Witt, has come all the way from Netherlands to participate and conduct this conference. Sir, we are highly thankful to you. And at this juncture, I request Dr. Jitendra Verma ji to present him a memento. I sincerely thank Dr. Jitendra Verma ji, President, World Veterinary Poultry Association of India branch, and also Dr. Pradeep Kumar Malik, Organizing Secretary of this conference, for their meticulous planning and commitment in organizing this conference. I thank all the delegates, invitees, and various sponsors for this conference who are participating in this inaugural function. And I also thank the press and media for covering this event in a good number. I thank all the personnel who are directly or indirectly responsible for organizing this conference in a grand manner. With this, I conclude my word of thanks. Now I request each one of you to stand for our national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जगति तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
बोलो भारत माता की
Jai. Yeah. Thank you once again.
So we request our office bearers to please join us for a photograph. WVPA office bearers to kindly join for a photograph. Later on, we have a IT. We request you to kindly join for the IT. And thank you so much. Kindly please be seated for a while, please. Thank you, Gowda sir, for the wonderful word of thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. And I cordially welcome you for the technical session 1. And to carry out the proceeding, first of all, it gives me immense pleasure to invite the chairman of this session, Dr. Habibur Rahman, former Deputy Director General Animal Sciences, ICAR New Delhi, and ILRI Regional Representative South Asia on this dais, please. Dr. Rahman, sir. Please give him a big round of applause. I would also like to invite on dais 2 co-chairs of this session, Dr. Nitin B. Kurkure, Director of Research, Maharashtra Animal and Fisheries Sciences University, Nagpur, and Dr. Shirish Nigam, Secretary WVPA India and MD EW Nutrition. Dr. Shirish Nigam. I would like to invite 2 rapporteurs, Dr. B. Gautaman, Assistant Professor TN BASU, Namakkal, and Dr. Anil Shinde. I guess Dr. Shinde is not here, so please, I welcome Dr. Gautaman as a rapporteur. Dr. Shinde, Anil Shinde, you be here. Chairman, sir. Thank you and welcome you all. Now I request Chairman Dr. Habibur Rahman to start the proceedings of this session with your opening remarks. Dr. Rahman, sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. At the very outset, I thank the organizer, particularly Dr. P.K. Malik, the organizing secretary, for inviting me for this conference and also the chairing the session on animal health, that means the health of poultry. With my co-chairs, Dr. Nitin Kurkure and Dr. Shirish Nigam, and also my co-rapporteur, Gautaman. And Shinde is not here. Okay. So with the permission from the August body present here, we'll start because we have given only 1 hour time. We'll not take much time on speaking on that. Directly we'll go for the presentation so that we can finish the session with 1 hour time. And also I'll request the distinguished speaker, they should limit their time so that the next speaker or the last speaker should also get time to speak something. Thank you, Dr. Roy. You can go ahead with this.
Thank you, Chair.
The co-chair, if you want to say.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned, instead of 135 minutes, we have 100 minutes in our hand now. We are going to experience a very exciting and most interesting session. And the first one will be the keynote address by Mr. Nabin Pashuparthi. Before I invite Mr. Nabin Pashuparthi, I'd like to introduce him in this August gathering. Mr. Nabin Pashuparthi, Director, Nanda Group, a formidable player in the poultry sector, and he is also the Deputy Chairman of CLFMA, Compound Livestock Feed Manufacturers Association of India, and elected President of Karnataka Poultry Farmers and Breeders Association for the year 2023 to 24 and 2024 to 2025. Mr. Nabin believes that building good working relationship with state poultry association across the country and research promoting relationship with agriculture and veterinary universities, IVPI, VIP, and associations like CLAPMA, Soya Processors Association, Biotech Consortium India Limited, etc., can produce wonderful output of to the poultry sector. In his opinion, the poultry farming profession has just not been volatile, but violently volatile. The profession carries huge responsibility for the well-being and welfare of all suppliers, bankers, vendors, independent poultry farmers, and thousands of families who are working in these firms and companies. So, ladies and gentlemen, it will be a great experience to hear Mr. Naveen in this beautiful and sunny scientific morning at NINP Bangalore. I invite Mr. Naveen for his presentation, please.
Morning to all the dignitaries out here. Thank you for the organizing committee to have me give a keynote address this morning. Actually, I want to, can I go off the stage? I'm not comfortable with the podium, right? So I'll, work out, yeah? Okay. So I'm going to go off the stage. I'm a lot more comfortable doing this. I think all of the people here, most of them know who I am. So to start with, there's been a gross error in the organizing committee to have me here. Number one, I'm not a veterinarian. Number two, the organizing committee sent me an invitation asking me with a certain subject, and it was all technical. Everything I've learned about animal science and poultry is at the breakfast table from the age of 13. And so a lot of virus, protein, spikes, mutation, SPF, passaging, all that is something I've learned over a period of time. So if I do err on any side, I will leave this premises after my presentation. You will not find me here. So we'll start off with this. I want to acknowledge three people in our career as a company, which is Dr. Gopal, Dr. Mutanna, and Dr. Ramappa, who have been a guiding force to the founder of our company. Without these veterinarians, we would not have been where we are today, and I would not have had the opportunity to address this august, educated, highly intellectual profile of people. I will not run through this slide because everybody talks about it. The southern part of India is highly integrated. You talk about Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka. It's extremely integrated on the broiler side, which is driving superb efficiency and technology deployment in poultry production. The central and the eastern part of the country is slowly moving into that. So I'm not going to talk about egg consumption. I'm not going to talk about chicken. Consumer awareness is increasing. We are the only sector, I don't know how many people I'm going to make unhappy today, but COVID has really been a great push for the poultry. We've had a tailwind in the COVID because a lot of people talked about biosecurity, a lot of people talked about protein, a lot of people talked about cleanliness and hygiene, which poultry has been doing for the last 70, 80 years anyway. So first few months, poultry was blamed for everything, and then the government supported with a circular saying that it's got nothing to do with poultry, and then the consumption of protein, cleanliness, hygiene started. So that's going to gain a lot of tailwind for the country, for the industry. The future of poultry, I just bullet pointed. Economy is on the roll. Worldwide, India is doing superbly well. You've got a tremendous young population, massive growing income. The culture of saving of our generation is less compared to our previous generation. So a lot more disposable income. And India is a protein deficient country. Some government statistics have come out and it says we are protein deficient. So you just can't beat egg. You can't adulterate egg. Can you imagine how you can adulterate egg? Just not possible. So protein is a great source, and poultry products have a bright future. Science and tech. Okay, this is something I want to spend some time on. The growth of animal protein poultry sector is going to see at least about 5 to 6% annual growth, maybe a bit higher. What happens is all the raw materials which are available for production of poultry is going to come under stress. So I would request the August audience out here to look at rapeseed meal fermentation technology usage for poultry without any harmful impact on the livestock. The second is DDGS. A lot is spoken about DDGS, but there's a lot of mycotoxins coming through DDGS. Whenever I talk to any of my nutritionists, I get educated. Why can't you use 7%? Why can't you use 8%? I said the chicken is going to have 3 legs and 8 heads. Sir, we can't do that. So they are restricting the formulations at around 2 to 3% because of mycotoxin. Love to have some solutions of DDGS mycotoxins going forward. Insect protein is massively spoken in Europe. And insect protein is something that you recycle from from a lot of waste coming out of your restaurants, your houses, black soldier fly. So a lot of companies in India are investing small amount of money to do some lab experiences, but we need to find a solution to scale it. Scaling is a challenge for insect protein, which can come into the formulation. We were talking with executive director of IOCL a few days back. 87% of India energy is import. Can you believe any country can turn your country off? They can just turn it off. And what happens to 1.3, 1.4 billion population? The whole society is going to collapse. So it's very important for the country to look at ethanol blending into your energy at 20%. You cannot avoid this. This is a lot bigger issue than your chicken and eggs. So there'll be a pressure of ethanol production from maize. So you need to push. The scientific community here has got a tremendous muscle power. Opinion in the government to talk about hybrid and GM. Look at GM. The entire Europe consumes GM. How many gold medals people in Europe are winning in their Olympics? They don't have 10 heads, 15 legs, 24 hands. So I think somewhere the scientific community should come up with some data, technology for maize, and so you increase yield. We are doing vaccination at hatchery through egg at the transfer time. We would like to see that to be a lot more commercialized so that there's no vaccination in the farms. I was talking to our virologist in our company. Everybody says, sir, there's so much amount of virus mutating in the field. So much amount of virus. ND, IB, IBH. Now, we request the government either to do that or define a protocol for industry to do trials. Run control flocks and faster. A lot of challenge in these 3 areas. ESG in poultry. I'm not going to touch too much about antibiotic usage. In every part of the profession in India, you've got good and bad people. You've got good and bad industries. You've got good and bad companies. You've got good and bad people operating in poultry also. It's not a perfect world. So the veterinarians out here, I humbly request, wherever you're working, government, access to your veterinarian antibiotics because the fecal material is going to pollute soil. I have a daughter, all of you have children here. At 13 years of age, she asks me, what am I going to say in 5 years from today? I'm sure your children are asking you the same. So let's be conscious about usage of natural resources in this country. That all of you people who are very important in your individual consulting profession, look at these solid waste, air, water pollution. We were talking of One Health this morning. I did not prepare this presentation after I heard One Health. I prepared it a couple of days ago. So it's extremely important. And compliance with pollution control board. We have to integrate ourselves in the communities where we operate. We cannot violate. Every company that you work for, consulting that you do, please ask the organizations to comply with the pollution control board norms of the particular state level. Sustainable practices, manure collection, closed pits. I mean, I've just put on a few things. See, I've spent about 34 years in livestock. The company that I work for is about 63 years. We have seen businesses go from 140 rupees to 20 rupees to 2 rupees to 47 rupees. And we have seen There's so much amount of violations that's happening in our sector. Veterinarians are the custodians of human health, animal health, nature. So I thought this is something that I need to bring about. Safe disposal of dead birds, medication usage with protocols of withdrawal, litter. Please invest in companies to turn your litter into organic manure and be a social person donating this to people around your operations. Clean energy, biomethanation, social responsibility of poultry. The objective is not just to make money. Objective is not just to produce the best feed conversion, massive quantity of baby chicks, huge number of birds. Excellent. You also have to integrate into the local communities. School adoptions, lakes and pond adoptions. Your water bodies are depleting. When I joined this sector, we used to hit water at 120 feet. We're hitting water now at 950 feet. What kind of a world are you going to leave to your children? Have you ever put your hand on your heart and said, damn it, I'm going to destroy this Mother Earth and leave? I don't know what my children are going to do. Let's be conscious about it. The most important raw material for livestock is cereal and crop agriculture. Work with FPOs, work with SHGs, work with FIGs. Help them to grow better cereals and better raw materials. Invest your time and energy. Please ask your companies to invest the time and energy to produce better quality crops, cereals, so that you have better quality and full compliance with the labor laws. You know, why am I talking all these to the vets out here? Because you have a huge impacting best practices in poultry, humane handling of transportation of birds. Please look into these things. There's a lot of violations that are happening on these fronts. Technology adoption. Look at GPS technology. Look at Bluetooth technology. Use GSM technologies. Please orient yourself into all these things. The next slide, I will tell you the future of vets, where I see as an industry person. Role of vets. Food is a game of honesty and business of transparency. I don't know where I heard this, but it just stuck to me. And I wanted to engrave it on my body like a gajni. Food is a game of honesty and business of transparency. Beyond traditional role of disease prevention and treatment, vets will crucial guardians of animal, human, environmental health, judicious use of antibiotics, help governments to foster approvals and decisions. Please talk to your local governments to push and tell them that this is happening. Show them the proof this is happening. Governments will understand you more than the business people. Please help the industry to foster approvals. Adoption of innovative technologies. Vets is not, your role is not restricted to disease prevention treatment. Please expose yourself to hardware technologies, software technologies, SaaS platforms. You know why am I bringing all this? The future of vets should shoulder management responsibility. If you want to grow your career satisfyingly, financially, you have to get into management functions of every organization. You will also be asked to run a profit center head. Moving forward, vets will be called upon even running small businesses. So you need to have that exposure of 360, you know. So I don't know if I'm bringing up subjects which are relevant, but I thought I should put this across. The future of poultry is bright. I mean, I don't need to. One health approach. You know, recollecting vet's oath, I read this many times with my veterinarians. You are the protein datas of this nation. Annadatas, okay, protein datas. You cannot get protein at a cost that poultry can deliver. Mutton, fish, pork, beef, they've got some religious issues, they've got some cost issues. The most secular protein is poultry. And you are the protein datas for this nation. Please look at this and look at your role beyond animal health and science and vaccinations. Come up with some solutions for new raw materials for us to sustain this growth at a cost where consumer can afford your end product. Before I would like to conclude, I would like to thank few people who have helped me put this. I would like to thank Dr. Srinivas Gowda. I think all of you know. He's not here in India. I'd like to thank Dr. Jaykumar. I'd like to thank Dr. Patabi and my gurus, vets that I learned, Dr. Mutana, pretty old, 91, 92, I think he's not that well. Dr. Nandappa and many of them. I've learned poultry and veterinary and nutrition sitting across. So this is my keynote address, and I request all the vets to think on a different line, a bigger role to advance your career professionally, financially, satisfyingly, securing this country and delivering protein at a cost that your consumers can continue to buy and support our profession. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Naveen, for giving an insight and bringing the issues of poultry industry apart from the diseases and prices of the commodity. Something different, you put this on the floor, and definitely this will be interacting more and more and find some solutions to it. Thanks for bringing this. We will have questions at the end of the session. Thank you. Thanks for keeping up time also, very important.
Thank you, Naveenji. As our co-chair said, sir, you have covered the entire area of poultry sector, more or less. We can say that the future of poultry industry, scientific and technology, science and technology of poultry, ESG in poultry and sustainable practices. Sir, we also believe in your mantra, what you have shown in the last slide. Food is a game of honesty and business of transparency. We believe in that. Thank you so much, Mr. Naveen, for your wonderful presentation. Please give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Before I go to the next part of this proceedings, there is a small announcement for the poster session 1. It will be on the outside of this building, on the as you go out on the right side by 12 p.m. And judges are, I hereby mention the name of the judges who will be assembled there for the judging these posters. Dr. Jyoti Palod from Pantnagar, Dr. Amita Ghosh from Bangalore, and Dr. Damodaran Bhatta from Bangalore. Please note that. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have a small felicitation program for the invited dignitaries and sponsors. And to do the honor and to carry forward these proceedings, I would like to invite Dr. Jitendra Bharma, President WVPA India, on podium, please. Dr. Bharma.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. With your permission, sir, we will take some 15-20 minutes to felicitate our sponsors, the associations, and the important people, those who are here, those who have done magnificently well in the poultry industry, and they are entrepreneurs. So we would like to welcome. I request Dr. Pradeep Malik. Dr. Malik. Yeah, call Dr. Malik. So we will start with the, as you all know, that nothing moves if our beloved sponsors and the support from everyone is not there. So I will like to take this opportunity, sir, to felicitate our sponsors. We have in all some 20-25 sponsors, those who have donated and generated, generously they have given money to us to conduct this program. So I will be taking the name of the, I need Dr. Pradeep Malik to please come. He can stand in the front, so that will be easy for, or is there a place to come? We can come here. You can come here on top. Yeah, that is better. Well, how they will give you the memento.
You be there. Will you calling the name?
So we have the first sponsor, EW Nutrition. EW Nutrition. So we have Dr. Shirish Nigam, the MD of the Next is IB Group, Indian Broiler Group. Is there anyone from Indian Broiler Group? Yeah, please. AB's IB Group. We have Ricky Thapar, the Vice President of AB's Group. Now next we have Poultry India. The Poultry India, the IPAMA, the association. We have Uday Singh Bias. He is the President of IPMA. The next is Natural Remedies. Natural Remedies. I request our representatives from Natural Remedies. No, don't give it to him. Dr. Malik is head of the division here and is a very comparatively is young scientist with a lot of laurels in his credit. So Natural Remedies, thank you very much for your. The next one is Adico. I will request Powell and you both come please to receive Adico. This is the company which I represent in India. Yeah, big round of applause. The next is Nanda Group. Nanda Group. Representative from Nanda Group, Dr. Pattabi. Yeah, please come. Nanda Group. The next we have Novus. Novus, yeah. Krishnamurti is here. Then we have Rosari. Next to Novus is Rosari. Rosari Biotech. Next set. Novus. We have Dr. Krishnamurti. Then Rosari. Yeah. Rosari. Rosari Biotech. Next one is Raviosa Biotech. Next one is Raviosa Biotech. We have Dr. Aurora here. Next to Raviosa Biotech is Safi Vatmet. Safi. Safi Vatmet. Then next is Boringaringam. Boringaringam. Any representative from BI? Boringaringam. Then next one is Siva. Siva Animal Health. Siva. Siva Animal Health. Yeah. Yogisha, come fast. Next one is DSAN. DSAN. Siva. Next is the DSAN. After DSAN, it's a DSM. DSM. DSM, anybody is there? DSM. Next to that is Elanco. Elanco Animal Health. Elanco Animal Health. Then next one is Gartec. Gartec. Anyone from Gartec? Sandhya can come and take for Gartec. Next one, Sandhya, please. Gartec. Gartec. Next to Gartec is Hipra. Hipra. I saw Shamwane somewhere. Hipra, yeah, please, Dr. Myung. Yeah, Hipra. Dr. Myung King is the speaker also. Then Neophytes. Neophytes. No one is Neophytes. Then Novel Tech. Novel Tech. Novel Tech. After Novel Tech, Nutridian. Nutridian. Anyone from Nutridian? Nutridian. Next to Nutridian is Kemin. Kemin, please come, Kemin. Then after Kemin, Optima Poultry. Optima Poultry. Optima Poultry. No one is there. After that is Value Consultants. Value Consultants. Next. Value Consultants. The next to Value is Vamso. Vamso Biotech. Vamso Biotech. Dr. Leena. Yes, Vamso. Where is that? Vamso Biotech. Then next is Trow Nutrition. Trow Nutrition. After Trow, it is Vivon Life Sciences. Vivon Life Sciences. Trow, please. Vivon Life Sciences. After Vivon is Xenex. Xenex Animal Health. is Dr. Pankaj Lohan from Mau Veterinary College. Xenex. Xenex Animal, yeah, please. Thank you, sir. Next to Xenex is Ventry Biologicals. Ventry Biologicals. Ventry. Ventry Biologicals. And the last one, we're back Animal Health. We're back. We're back. Yeah. Dr. Jiten is here. So as you all know that in our industry, we work with different associations together to meet out the requirements of our industry, what all is needed, where the government intervention is required. So thank you very much, Dr. Malik. Now I request Dr. Raghavendra Bhatta to please come on the stage to honor with the associations, the mementos for the associations which we have done. So with all these associations we work, we have a lot of associations actually in our country, but few of those to whom they are here, I have listed down. So नाम ले दिया वो फॉरनर थे ना So first one is Poultry Federation of India, PFI. Let's give a, so they are the very vibrant association. They work on, so we have Ricky Thapar, Praveenji, Selvan, Dr. Arora. They are all executive members of the PFI. So it's our great pleasure and honor to honor the association, the PFI. The next one is INFA, the Indian Federation of Animal Health Companies. We have President of INFA, Dr. Shirish Nigam here, and some other executive members can also join. INFA. Yeah. So INFA is a very vibrant association of the all animal health companies. So where there different subcommittees are there which handles about the biologicals, the feed supplements, the import exports, the good management practices, the good business practices. The next one is CLEFMA. CLEFMA. We have Vijay ji here. Vijay, Divya Gulati. Okay, we have the Vice President South, Mr. Vijay Bhandari. Then the next association is IPSA, Indian Poultry Science Association. We have President of IPSA, Dr. A.S. Ranade here. So it is our great pleasure to recognize Indian Poultry Science Association. Then next to this is Karnataka Poultry Farmers and Breeders Associations. We have the President, Naveen Pashupati, we have just heard him. And then we have Inayatullah. Yeah, he is there. Then we have NECC. NECC. Yeah, Sushant Rai is the ex-president of KPBFA. Yeah, and your roommate. All the three are here. Girdhar is here. Girdhar. NSCC not there. West Bengal Poultry. West Bengal. Anybody from West Bengal? No. Then All India Poultry Breeder Association. All India Poultry Breeder Association. Yeah, you can, on behalf of Mr. Bahadur Ali, you can take that. All India Poultry. Next is Indian Poultry Equipment Manufacturers Association, IPEMA, IPMA. Mr. Uday Singh is here. Sandhya is here. Come, come. Then next to this is IVPI. IVPI, we have Gopal Reddy here. Dr. Gopal Reddy is secretary of IVPI. And in that, the last one is, yes, is Vets in Poultry VIP, Vets in Poultry. Vets in Poultry. Yeah. Come fast, please. We are running short of time. Please come fast. Yes. Vets in Poultry. Yeah, we have Rana Desar, Shamwane. Yeah. Now, thank you very much, DDG sir, for doing the honor. So now I have another 10-15 minutes to take, because because if I will miss this August gathering, then it is of no use to felicitate people, those who have done good in life. No, that's, yeah, this all done. Which one is left?
One request from our side also.
Yes.
Please make it fast. We are
Yes.
running short actually.
So now what I will request, Dr. Srinath Gowda sir, so please stand there itself and give their Now we need the small one and the हाँ वो छोटे वाला और वो हाँ. So I need now Harsha Kumar Setti, please come. Dr. Harsha Kumar Setti. Harsha Kumar Setti is here. Okay. Narendra Reddy, Natural Remedies. Dr. Harsha Kumar Setti is here. Sir को दो. उसको खोल के दे दो तो. Dr. Reddy, Natural Remedies. Dr. Jyoti Palod. She is a NAVS member. Please come fast. Jyoti Palod. Then Dr. Munialappa. Dr. Krishnamurthy, Novus. Dr. Krishnamurthy, Novus. Next, Dr. Shushant Rai. Dr. Shushant Rai. Next. Dr. Yadunandan. Dr. Yadunandan. Mr. Naveen. Naveen. Yeah, come. Naveen. Selvam Kannan. Parveen Kumar. Praveen. Now I'll request Dr. Nadeem to do the honors, please. Dr. Nadeem. Dr. Nadeem to do the honors, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Gauda, sir. Ricky Thapar. Mr. Ricky Thapar, please. Then next to Ricky Thapar is Manish Jain, Dr. Manish Jain. Next to Manish, Pankaj Lohan. Manish Jain, Pankaj Lohan. After Pankaj, Dr. Deepa Shri Desai. Dr. Deepa Shri Desai. The next one is Dr. Nitin Kurkure. I have written the name Dr. Nitin Kurkure, but we will give you later, sir, because you have to come down. Santosh Ire. Come fast. Santosh Ire. Santosh Ire. Dr. Gopal Reddy. Dr. Gopal Reddy. Dr. Venu P. Nair. Dr. Gopal Reddy, then Dr. Venu P. Nair. After Venu, Mr. Vijay Bhandare. Vijay Bhandare is MD of Bhavani Feeds. Vijay Bhandare, next. Then Dr. Kiran is here, Kiran Venkis. Dr. Srinidhi, Dr. Srinidhi. Dr. Sanjay Gavkare. Dr. Sanjay Gavkare. Next in my list is Dr. Gautaman. Gautaman is holding a very important position. He is the editor of our journal Avian Pathology. Avian Pathology is an international journal of WVPA. So he is editor from India, Dr. Gautaman, and he is rapporteur also of this session. After Gautaman, Dr. Naresh Gupta. Dr. Naresh Gupta, please. I know, sir, it is taking time, but it is important. Dr. Badal Singh. Dr. Badal. Badal, please come. After Dr. Naresh Gupta, Dr. Badal. After Badal, Gaurav Agrawal. Gaurav Agrawal Suguna. Gaurav. After Gaurav, Ajit Verma. Dr. Ajit Verma. Is there Ajit? Ha. After Ajit, Dr. Manjunath. Dr. Manjunath. B. Manjunath. Varsha Manjunath. I know. But your identity is like that. So many Manjunaths are there. Doctor. Next, Dr. Jitendra Saha. Dr. Jitendra Saha. Then Dr. Asghar Ali. Dr. Asghar. Dr. Asghar Ali. Yeah, please come. Next to Asghar is Dr. Devendra Huda. Devendra Huda. Yeah, please come. Then Dr. Pattabi. Dr. Pattabi Rama. So, Dr. Huda. Devendra Huda. Then Dr. Pattabi Rama. Yeah. Jiten, come. After this, after Pattavi. Yeah, Dr. Jiten Saha. I have missed many. I know that. I have missed many of you. That we will do in the valedictory function. Now, I request Dr. Shak. Dr. Shak, please come to honor our WVPA office bearers. WVPA office bearers. Yeah. So first, I am the president. Then I'll request Dr. Pankaj Shukla. Dr. P.K. Shukla is here. Okay. Dr. Ranade. Dr. Ranade is our vice president. Dr. P.K. Shukla is not here. Then Dr. Arora. Dr. Arora. Dr. Naglakshmi. Dr. Naglakshmi. Dr. Shirish Nigam. Dr. Shirish Nigam is secretary. I request Dr. Rafiqul Islam, the president of Bangladesh WVPA is here. Please give him a round of applause. He has come all together from Bangladesh to attend this and he is one of the speakers. Dr. Rafiqul Islam is a professor and authority in pathology, avian pathology. We have Dr. Bichitra Burman, Dr. Falke, and Dr. Das. They could not make it. They are also in this thing. Now, I want to do the felicitation of Professor Shak. Just
Sir,
I have, please, 4 or 5 minutes more. Shak, please, you be there. Now I want to honor Dr. Abdul Rahman. Dr. Abdul Rahman, चले गए क्या? Dr. Nadeem, please. Dr. Nadeem, चले गए? Dr. Srinivas Gowda. कुरकुरे सर आप भी आइए सर अभी प्लीज. और रहमान सर प्लीज आप प्लीज just for 1 second sir, please come. So just a small felicitation sir. मैं भी आता हूँ सर. Dr. Nadeem. Dr. H. Rahman. And Dr. Nitin Kurkure.
so okay, Dr. Mahesh, please. Yeah, please come. And ladies and gentlemen, for this wonderful man, Dr. Jiten Verma, the president of WVPA, please give him a big round of applause. He tirelessly worked day and night and made this event possible. Dr. Mahesh. Dr. Sanyal. Dr. Aniket Sanyal, sir. Pleasure to be here.
So thank you very much for your patience, especially to the chairman sir and co-chairman sir. It is too long we have taken, but I know this was required. Thank you very much. Session is you sir. Please. Thank you very much sir.
Yeah. Congratulations all. Thank you, Dr. Bharma, Dr. Malik, Dr. Raghavendra Bhatta, Dr. Srinivas Gowda, sir, Dr. Nadeem, and Dr. Shah for doing this honor. Now, back to business. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Professor Shah DeWitt, and today he will be talking on IB vaccination, getting the best out of it. And before I invite him for his presentation, let me introduce very briefly about Dr. Shah, who is also the president of WVPA Global, to this August gathering. Professor Shah obtained his veterinary qualification at the University of Utrecht in 1989, and further he got his PhD degree concerning diagnosis and transmission of infectious bronchitis virus in 1997 from the same university. His job as an immunologist and the senior researcher at GD has included responsibility for quality and accreditation of serological tests for poultry pathogens, test development, applied research, on-site consultancy of firms, hatcheries, and integrations. In 2016, he became president of European College of Poultry Veterinary Science. His field of expertise is diagnosis and transmission, quality and accreditation of serological tests for poultry pathogens, test development, applied research. He has innumerable publications reputed in international and in international journals. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, I would like to invite Professor Shah D08 for his presentation, please.
Thank you very much for a kind introduction. This talk is about IB, getting the best out of vaccinations. I guess you know IB, it's not one virus, it's a big group of different viruses with a lot of different genotypes and serotypes. And for that, I guess based on any disease control, we always need a combination of biosecurity to prevent spreading of the virus. We also need good cleaning and disinfection to give the chicks a clean start. We also have to control co-infections, because very often the problem is not just one pathogen, but it might be a combination of pathogens or maybe poor feed quality or immune suppression. And for IB, wherever you are in the world, you also need vaccination. Well, what do we try to achieve at vaccination? Well, first is, to keep the birds healthy, not just clinically, but also subclinically, because you might still have a lot of condemnations despite the respiratory signs were mild. We also try to decrease the excretion of birds after they get infected and to make them more resistant to infection, that you need more virus to be able to infect a chicken. In this combination, can also protect birds from spreading the virus from bird to bird or flock to flock or farm to farm. But as always, protection against spreading from flock to flock or farm to farm, herein also is biosecurity very important. If we can limit or hopefully even prevent transmission of the virus, we can also protect against drift. This coronavirus can adapt itself quite easily. And if you have mutations and they can spread to a next flock, you have more mutations, and then after that you might have a new type of IB. But if you can stop transmission, mutants are not a problem because they disappear automatically. Well, what do we know about IB and transmission parameter, the R value that I guess you might know from coronavirus, COVID? Well, this is the R value is the number of animals that's going to be infected by one infected bird. Well, we know for IB, at least the Massachusetts type, that one infected bird can infect 20 other chickens on average. So it's a kind of exploding infection. We also know that if we put the same virus in a Massachusetts vaccinated chicken or flock, the R value was 0.7. That's below 1. So it's able to stop the infection. That was a homologous vaccination, so vaccine and field strain were of the same type. Well, this is a kind of a meta-analysis from 137 groups of chickens. And we saw that the average homologous protection was 97%, which is ideal. We saw that if you use one vaccine and you have a heterologous, another strain from another type as a challenge strain, the average protection was 53%. So that's more than nothing. But it might be good, it might be low. It really depends which vaccine, which field strain. We also know that if you combine, if you have a smart combination of vaccines, for example 2, the average cross protection against type number 3, 4, 5 also goes up. The average was 75%, but for several occasions, several combinations, it was up to 100%. Well, what do we know about this level of protection and this transmission? Well, we know that if you don't vaccinate, you might have a transmission parameter of 20. So it's a very fast spreading infection. We know that with homologous vaccination, you might be close to 0, hardly any spreading, below 1. But honestly, we have no clue what's in between. We have a huge lack of data. We do not know whether if the protection is 20%, the R value already goes down, or maybe you need already 80% protection before the R value goes down. We just don't know. There are some experiments or publications that show how much reduction in virus you have after these 3 different challenge virus after a combination of, in this case, Massachusetts and the 793B vaccine. We see that the shedding is, well, between 6,000 and 12,000 times less, but we have no clue what that means for the transmission parameter. So for this, your Vice President already recommended more research. I think really it's, we really need to know more. What level of protection do you need against IB and other viruses like even influenza virus, etc., to really reduce transmission? At the moment, big lack of data. So hopefully there will be a number of papers from India, maybe preferably sent to avian pathology, and then show us your results, and then we make a step forward. So that's the future, but what about now? And what are potential causes of IB outbreaks in, despite vaccination? It could be that your vaccination program was not suitable. Maybe the vaccines are not able to induce protection, cross protection against your new field strain. Maybe the vaccine themselves are good, but the vaccine program is not suitable. It might also be that the program is good, the vaccines are good, but the application is not successful. And maybe a low dosage, or maybe a poor application, too much hurry, or the chickens didn't respond very well. Might also be that the challenge is so early that the vaccines don't work yet. If you have a poor cleaning disinfection and you place one-day-old chicks, even when they have been vaccinated immediately in such an infected environment, vaccines are not able yet to protect. Maybe IB protection is quite good, not perfect, but the co-infections or the immune suppression, etc., is making the damage bigger. So maybe IB is not the biggest issue, but it's part of the issue. And so again, good diagnosis is needed to know if a problem is IB, or IB is maybe just a part of the problem. Just to show that more is not always better, this is already a publication from which young people were not yet born, but it's still a high quality paper. Here you see the different responses to after a Massachusetts challenge in a Massachusetts vaccinated flock. And you see all the different colors, the purple, the yellow, green, and the blue, that if you wait longer, they got a better response for the second vaccination. If the first vaccine is still working too well, the second vaccination might not, there might be too much protection for having a good boost. So more is not always better. This is a result from the take of a spray vaccination in the field in 360 flocks. And we saw that when the ventilation was shut off during the spray vaccination, take was much better, on average 16% better. Well, I guess if you have, for example, open houses in India, and there's winters going through and you're trying to spray, part of the spray is already outside the house before the birds can even get in touch with it. We saw that if the light was on during spray, we got a much better response. Most likely because the birds are active and looking around, and the eyes are an excellent way of applying vaccines. We also saw that when the second vaccination was applied within 14 days of the first IB vaccination, efficacy goes down, interference. We also saw that when the water used to reconstitute the vaccine and to spray, every degree colder is better for the stability of the vaccine. Cold water doesn't cost that much. It helps. But also in the hatchery, there can be issues. This is work done by Professor Brian Jordan from the University of Georgia in the US, where they looked at the volume per 100 chicks that was used to vaccinate 100 chicks in the hatchery. And he saw that if they used the 7 ml method, which is preferred in the US, only 1% of the vaccine reached the bird level. Whereas when they used 21 mLs per one box of chickens, it was 24% of the vaccine that left the nozzle that was really reaching the bird level. So low volumes, more vaccine is just evaporating and disappearing in the air. And so I can show you many, many more examples, but for 20 minutes and a scheme to catch, I will not do that. But let's say humans, we as humans, we like to assume. We do it the best way. I put this on paper on this, and therefore it will work. Well, the chicken doesn't understand that. They cannot read our instructions. They have their own mind. So if you really want to know how the birds respond to a vaccination, you have to check. Assuming doesn't help. Assuming doesn't protect. So, well, if we would like to see the response of chickens to an IB vaccination, serology is not the most useful method. Certainly not in young birds. Birds can remain negative in serology despite very good levels of protection. For that, RT-PCR is really a more suitable method to check the take of the vaccine. And especially using the genotype-specific qPCRs, that you have if you use a Massachusetts vaccine, you use a qPCR from Massachusetts, or a 793B, or whatever variant you have, a specific PCR for that type. You use it. And, well, these are some results from a Dutch hatchery, 60 flocks, for which they used a combination of, in this case, even 3 IB strains. You can see a lot of positives for all the types of vaccine after about 5 days after application. On average, in 83% of the flocks, we found all 3 vaccines, and in a lower minority, we found only less vaccine. Current work in the field shows that when the vaccine is applied in the field, especially at older age, we have much lower responses. We are not sure yet whether it's the application quality or it's the previous protection by the earlier vaccinations. This is developing science. So hopefully in the coming few years we can show more. And so getting back to, or kind of conclusion, getting the best out of IB vaccinations. We do know that IB vaccines can induce very high levels of protection, homologous, but also by cross protection. We do not yet know a lot about transmission, but hopefully in the coming years that will come. Vaccinations, as for any disease, cannot do it on their own. And you also need biosecurity, proper monitoring to know which strains are prevalent. And also please check for the co-infections and the stress and immune suppression, because that could be the biggest issue. And then in the end, vaccinations based on data from checking the vaccine, data from monitoring which strains are breaking through, which co-infections are at the same time. With these data-driven decisions, you have better protection, you get better results. And for that, please don't do it the Dutch way. If we check something and we are happy, then we assume it will be good for the next coming 2 years until we have a next problem. That's not the best way. It's better to do it in an organized way, also when it's going well, to keep on real data and not just assumptions from the past. But I know in India you do it much better than in the Netherlands. So thank you for that. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Shak. You have covered the goals of IB vaccination. Transmission parameters are protection level versus transmission, future and potential cause of IB, vaccination, other remedies, etc., and getting best out of this vaccination. Thank you so much, Professor, for your wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is one of our very eminent scientists, Dr. Nagendra R. Hegde. And today he will be talking on the burden and mitigation of antimicrobial resistance, one of the hot topics of our time. And before I invite him, a brief introduction about Dr. Nagendra Hegde. Presently, Dr. Nagendra Hegde is working as scientist H at NIAB Hyderabad. Dr. Hegde completed his BVSc and H in the year 1989 and MBSc in the year 1992. In the veterinary microbiology and public health from University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, India. He did his PhD in veterinary and biomedical sciences from University of Nebraska, USA in the year 1998. He then worked as postdoctoral fellow from August 1998 to March 2004, and then as research assistant professor from April 2004 to May 2006 at Oregon Health and Science University, USA. Before joining NIB, he was group leader and then the associate director of Ella Foundation, Hyderabad, India. Dr. Hegde's research experience spans veterinary virology, immunology, and microbiology. His major contribution has been in virology, where he has worked on epidemiology, genomics, diagnosis, and prevention, as well as interaction with host cells of animal, as well as human, DNA and RNA viruses. In immunology, he has worked on bovine major histocompatibility complex and cell-mediated immunity. In microbiology, he has worked on epidemiology, diagnosis, and preventive measures for bovine mastitis causing pathogens. In his illustrious career, he has been bestowed with numerous awards, honors, and fellowships, and having a remarkable number of international publications. I invite Dr. Hegde for his presentation. He's not here. Yep.
Good afternoon, Chairman Sir, Co-Chairman, Rapporteur, the August gathering here. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the burden and the mitigation of antimicrobial resistance. I'm not going to focus only on poultry, but give some general ideas and then also talk a little bit about poultry. I have two disclaimers. One is, I'm not a guru.
Dr. Hegde, our request.
Yes.
15 minutes.
Yes, I will do, sir. So just want to say that I'm not an expert in poultry, neither am I an expert on AMR. I accidentally got into both fields. Second, and as I said, I'm sure there's someone here who's more of an expert than I am. So bacteria are part of our life, and we need to coexist. They, in fact, outnumber us 1:10. And they, 1 to 3% of our body mass is because of bacteria. Your weight, if you take out, 3% will be bacteria. But they also cause diseases, and they are major killers in developing countries. And it's a serious problem because of access to antibiotics. And you can see the graph here. One on the left, India and China are there. High population of children, but less of a burden. But there are countries that have low population of children, but very high disease burden. And this is pneumococcal deaths, only one particular bacterium causing deaths. So it's a serious problem. So stopping antibiotics is not an option. At this point of time, we can't do it. We have to somehow rationalize and use the antibiotics. What is the impact on survival and economy? This is from the Wellcome Trust, and this has now been pounded by WHO and others. 7 lakh annual deaths, which will go up to 10 million by 2050. And if you look at the circular graph here, it'll be more than cancer, cholera, diabetes, everything else. High number of deaths due to AMR alone. And the total GDP loss would be 3.8%. And the biggest impact would be in low and middle income countries. This is the inventor of the first antibiotic, Fleming. And he said, if you keep on taking antibiotics, this is his Nobel lecture. If you keep on taking antibiotics, let's say a husband goes to the hospital, takes antibiotics, or takes half time, comes back home, gives the infection to the wife, and the wife dies. This is exactly what he said. and pretty soon we'll have resistant bugs running around. This is actually the graph of the antibiotics that were discovered. If you can see from the 1940s, peaked in 1970s, 80s, really nothing new has come out very recently. So no new classes discovered in the last 3 to 4 decades, and resistance has been discovered very soon after each antibiotic has been discovered. And if you can see this graph, the X at the end of each of these antibiotics shows the appearance of resistance. But I'd like you to note that this is just the discovery of the resistance, meaning the resistance may have existed before. So this is like a chicken and egg. Did the resistance exist before, or did we actually drive it? So I'll come to that in a little bit. But there has been evidence that permafrost that was unearthed about 20 to 30,000 years ago, there are antibiotic resistance genes, which means the bacteria carried them. So it's quite possible that we simply amplified them. So the flow of AMR is very complex. So I think this is being talked about, and most people know it, from the hospitals to the aquaculture to the farming. Even in agriculture, people use streptomycin to dip certain vegetables and fruits. So that also gets into the soil and the water. And basically it takes a whole circle going from one place to the other. And it's not just the antibiotic residues, mind you, it's the bacteria that have the antibiotic resistance genes. So what are the factors that contribute to the antibiotic resistance? I'd like you to focus on the 2 circles on the far right. So those 2 circles are the human antimicrobial misuse or overuse. All of us are responsible. All of us are contributing to this. We walk into the pharmacy and ask the pharmacist, give me this antibiotic, give me that antibiotic. It's pretty common, even me included, let me admit it, okay? That is one thing. Animal antimicrobial misuse and overuse is another thing, okay? And simply because we have one of the highest densities and populations of animals, our total use in India happens to be high. Maybe not per head, but our total use happens to be high. So this is one of the publications that came about 8 years ago, showing who are the largest consumers in 2010, what is the largest projected consumer in 2030. So you can see China, USA, Brazil, India is 4th, and the largest increase from 2010 to 2030. So basically, most of it is coming from the BRIC countries. So in food animal production, 63,151 tons were used in 2010 of antibiotics, and the projected is a 67% increase by 2030. 2/3 would be due to increase in the number of animals, food security, and 1/3 would be due to the shift into intensive farming. And this is one of the problems. Because of intensive farming, we need to use the antibiotics judiciously. And 99% of the increase is going to be in the BRIC countries. So a little bit into chicken and the pig farming. This data here shows the hotspots of what is being used on the left side in chicken and on the right side in the pig farming. You can see pig farming is very heavy in China, chicken farming in South India. So what's shown here at the ones on the bottom are no data, 10 to 30 over 250 is current, and what is projected in 2030. So the purple ones are what is projected in 2030. So there is going to be heavy use of antibiotics that is projected in 2030 if we do not change track. So one example I'll give in chicken production. So this is from Nepal. This is published last year. You can see the list of antibiotics, and the highest are doxycycline, neomycin, colistin sulfate. And these 4 or 5 of them actually contribute to 64%. This is from Nepal. And if you look at the class of antibiotics, just 5 classes contribute 81% of the usage. Okay, so there's a possibility because we are using them, we might be driving certain classes of antibiotic resistance. This is again published, 6-7 years ago. One of the major organisms that drives AMR is E. coli. I won't touch upon the others. This is from poultry pathogens. This is actually a review that is written from 70 different papers. They took data from 70 papers and put it together. So the highest number is seen with E. coli. Understandable. Something that we need to understand is E. coli is present in the gut everywhere. Everybody's gut, whether it is human, cattle, birds. and it's a common organism in the gut and also a pathogen. So you can't avoid E. coli, hence you can't avoid AMR. But the question is, does the use of antimicrobials lead to AMR? As I said, chicken and egg question. So here is data from WHO from 2000 to 2003. This is mostly in Europe. As you can see, the graph is pretty linear. On one side, you have defined daily use, and on the other, you have E. coli resistant, and similar graph that you can see with another data. And go forward to a very recent paper that was published last week. This is from several countries. So they looked at 26 countries which are part of what is known as GLASS, where more than 200 countries and territories are involved. Again, few countries are given. There's a linear correlation between the use of antimicrobials versus the resistance. And this is for bloodstream infections in E. coli, bloodstream infections with Klebsiella. Pretty similar from 20 years ago, even now. Meaning there is a direct correlation between use of antimicrobials and the resistance. And I have just put this up here. This is basically an interesting finding where they look at manure compost in pig and cow farms in Japan versus the tetracycline antibiotic residue in the air. Simply looking at the farm setting. Again, a linear correlation. Okay, meaning presence of the antibiotic is correlated. I wouldn't say is causing, is correlated with AMR. So then, where do we stand in this seesaw battle? Do we have new drugs? The problem is these drugs are only used for a short time, and new drugs are restricted only to the resistant strains because the ones that are susceptible will die anyway. And most of the drug organisms that we have are resistant. Most of the libraries that we want to test are exhausted. The pipeline is quite dry, and we need alternatives. So this is what British Medical Journal came up with. There's nothing really much left to investigate or to discover in terms of antimicrobials. And the problem with the industry, they start with something like 2,000 to 5,000 compounds, end up with one blockbuster compound that they will sell for 10 to 20 years. And so what they call as the valley of death. If you start at year 0, by about year 20 or 22, you start making profits. By the time the profits are made, they are off patent. So generics will take over. So this is a problem for antibiotic discovery in industries. So what are the alternatives? So I've taken this from a review. So in case of poultry, various alternatives have been proposed, from probiotics, prebiotics, organic acids, phytogenics, enzymes, bacteriophages and others, hyperimmune IgY, antimicrobial peptides. And I'll focus on something that is not given here, which is vaccines and bacteriophages. Only two things I'll take upon. So how do vaccines mitigate AMR? Now, if you take a normal scenario, somebody gets infected and can take an antibiotic. If the person gets resistant, the bug goes around and infection goes around in the population. But if you vaccinate, few of the people will be protected, and there may be less than 10% or less than 5% of the people who will still transmit that are not vaccinated. So overall, the population is protected because of a prevention. And this has been shown with two very important diseases in humans. This is invasive pneumococcal disease caused by Streptococcus pneumoniae. And you can see the graph here. When the PCV13 conjugate vaccine was introduced, right after the introduction, there's a drop. And the ones that you see in the other graph that are parallel are the ones that are non-resistant, that are the strains that are not included in the vaccine. So they are still there in the population. But the ones that are targeted will be reduced. Same thing is seen with Hib infections, Haemophilus influenza B. And the other thing is, the top graph you have already seen, plenty of excess for the antibiotics. But if you look at the vaccines, only 2 excess you see. And these excess are pertussis and pneumococcal vaccines. And that's mainly because there are plenty of serotypes. So if you vaccinate against one serotype, some other serotype will take over. So most of the times you won't see resistance against vaccines, but you will see resistance against antimicrobials. So the consequences of vaccination on AMR, there is reduction in the incidence of disease and infection. Obviously, I mean, poultry experts know, by vaccinating, you reduce the incidence. There is reduced carriage and colonization in vaccinees and also in contact individuals if in a population. There is reduced OPD visit, reduced hospitalization and ICU, as well as exposure in the hospital, reduced prescription because there is infection rate is low, and because prescription is less, usage is less, medical expenses are less, school and office absenteeism is less, and transmission is limited because the exposure is limited, and resistance overall, and therefore AMR transmission is also reduced. And most importantly, by using a vaccine, you can protect for much longer than a treatment. Because the antibiotic goes away in 5 to 7 days. If you get an infection, you have to take antibiotic again. But a vaccine can actually protect for a prolonged period. So some challenges in terms of vaccines. Which organisms do we select? Because plenty of organisms have AMR. And which strains to select? There are multiple serotypes, as I said, especially with strep pneumoniae. And which one do we select? And do we need to go for conserved antigens? And we have to balance microbiota. We need to look at what is actually impacting our internal gut microbiota as well in using probiotics. And one thing that is not talked about is the viral bacterial synergy. We know in veterinary field, bovine respiratory disease is one good example. You get infection with virus and then you get a secondary bacterial infection. Nobody is talking about if you use a vaccine against a virus, what is the savings have you done in terms of AMR? This is a very complex thing to estimate, but now there are tools available, statistical tools available that people are trying to do it. And of course, intersection with animals in the environment. How much of it is actually coming from the environment and recycling? So bacteriophages is another thing that is hot subject right now. These are some bacteriophage images from my own laboratory. Basically, they are very widely distributed. They are more than every other organism on the earth, 10 to the power of 31. They are the second largest biomass after prokaryotes. 70% of the marine bacteria are infected. There are 49 families that infect bacterial and archaeal bacteria. And the history of bacteriophage therapy is interesting. They were actually being used much earlier than antibiotics were discovered in the 1920s and 40s, 1920s to 20s and 30s. But then came penicillin and the antibiotics and busted all the bacteriophages because bacteriophages were very specific. Antibiotics were wiping out all infections. And now it's coming back because of AMR, because we need alternatives such as bacteriophages, vaccines, and other things to mitigate AMR. So the advantages of bacteriophages are, they are specific to strains, they replicate at the site of infection. Once they kill the organisms at the site of infection, they are dead. Viruses are pretty much dead chemical entities outside of a host. So they are dead if they kill the bacteria, but antibiotics can persist and cause side effects. They can be rapidly produced, they can cost effective. So I'll not go into the whole details because of shortage of time. But I'd like to show that bacteriophages can be used for various things. And one of the major things they have been commercialized for is the food industry, where preservatives and are being used. Packaged meat is being sprayed with bacteriophages so that organisms don't grow and they can be kept. And they're also being used in various other applications, including in agriculture. But then there are issues of transforming bacteriophages to the clinic. And one of the things is characterizing them. Do they carry detrimental genes? For example, bacteriophages are known to carry genes that cause cholera, scarlet fever, enterohemorrhagic E. coli, botulism. Do they actually get into the chromosome of the bacteria? We need to know that because we can't simply give the bacteria as a treatment. Is bacteriophage a drug? Now, this is an issue that drug regulators grapple with. How do we define bacteriophage as a drug, just like a vaccine? And if they are really need to be manufactured, there has to be set norms for GMP manufacturing. And how do we formulate? If certain bacteria are specific to certain strains, do we use a mixture? And if we use a mixture, how do we identify them? And at what ratios do we use? So these are all problems to go into clinics. And adverse events and immunogenicity has always been asked by the drug regulators, but so far in any of the animal experiments or compassionate human trials, nothing has been seen. And of course, they ask for PKPD. Where does the bacteriophage go? How does it get excreted? These things are difficult to study because outside of the bacterial host, they are dead. So they can also be used in combination with antibiotics. So phage therapy application has been done several phase 1, phase 2 clinical trials, and some have entered phase 3 clinical trials, including the P128, which is developed in India. And of course, as I said, meat preservation, it's been used.
Please wait.
Yeah, I'll take 30 seconds. So beyond these phages, the enzymes that phages produce are being used. I'll not go into the details. So enzymes like endolysins can be used that can avoid the specificity of the bacteriophage to the strains. And these are called enzybiotics. They can cleave peptidoglycan, hydrolases, other enzymes. Those ultimately, maybe we can use these enzymes that are available from bacteriophages for against the bacteria. But AMR mitigation cannot be done with vaccines or bacteriophages alone. We need a multi-pronged approach. There has to be including community involvement. So one thing alone is not going to work because we have developed this AMR since the 1930s, almost a century now. So bacteria are everywhere and they've developed AMR. So with that, I think I'll close. And I thank you all for your patient hearing, and I thank the organizers for inviting me here.
Thank you, Dr. Hegde. Sir, you have covered bacterial disease and major killers, AMR, impact on survival and economy, antibiotic deployment and AMR complex, global antibiotic market, problem of antibiotic discovery and alternatives, consequences of vaccination on AMR, challenges and way forward, phage therapy, issues in transitioning the clinic, etc. So thank you very much for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause to Dr. Hegde. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is one of the very eminent and respected academician and administrator of this state of Karnataka and country, Professor R.N. Srinivasa Gowda. And today he will be talking on emerging transboundary diseases of poultry, challenges in their diagnostic and control. And before I invite him for his presentation, I have a firm belief that Professor Dr. R.N. Srinivasa Gowda needs no introduction. In one word, he is Mahaguru. When I say so, I mean it in a real sense. Taking from our Honorable DDG Animal Sciences, Dr. Raghavendra Bhatta, Acting Director Dr. N.K.S. Gowda, even our younger generation of scientists at NINP who studied at KVFA.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. I think it's a lot of, the last only they put always, lunch hour. Everybody is eager to go for lunch. And it's very difficult for me to cover all those things, transboundary diseases. It's a boundless. There are so many diseases now. Emerging and transboundary diseases of poultry, challenging in diagnosis and their control is my talk. Okay. Well, this is the presentation overview. Definitions, classification, epidemiological interactions, impact of transcerebral boundary diseases, mechanism for evaluation of organisms, examples and challenges. I don't know how to cover this much of package. Anyway, let me try. I think you have all seen that currently many diseases are coming. Every year there is a disease, some new disease. And despite of remarkable advantages in medical and veterinary science and all these things, still diseases are continuously coming. And we are not in a position to control also world over. Most of the animal health emergencies are attributed to epizootic, episodes caused by infectious diseases. And these diseases cause enormous economic loss. Not only that, even the country's economy also will be dwindled many often. Okay, in the past 20 years, we must have seen 30 new infectious diseases have occurred. It has affected the human, animal, and poultry also. And among the new infectious diseases, zoonotic diseases are very, very common. 60% of these animals, these diseases are zoonotic, and 75% are of animal origin. Therefore, since morning people have spoken on these things, veterinarians, the role of veterinarians, how to control the zoonotic diseases, which is very important. So the role of veterinarians also is more in this aspect too. And developing countries suffer disproportionately from the burden of infectious diseases. And given the confluence of existing environmental, socio-economic, and demographic factors, we have to look into all these aspects of this. So now, you just see the world over, every year there is an addition of emerging infection. And it may be in any species. Say, for example, in this side, Zika is there in this country also. We have identified it has come. And Ebola, no. Dengue fever is common. Chikungunya is common. Nipah, Kerala, it has experienced. And MRS, Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, SARS-CoV, Candida auris, and vector-borne disease, tick. I think you must have heard every day paper is coming, monkey fever. I think our laboratory is one of the, it was about 20 years back, we developed a vaccine for that Casnur forest disease, KFD. And still they are using that vaccine by the medical people. But what is happening now, the people will run away taking the vaccine. Those people only get the infection. So that is the reason all the time. And similarly in avian group, you just see avian influenza virus, I think it is rampant. Almost every country is exposed to avian influenza now. And adenoviral infections are the dangerous, again, it's coming too. So now, what are the definitions of this? Emerging, re-emerging. As a teacher, I have to tell all these things. Okay. So, what an emerging disease? A new, previously unknown pathogen is an emerging. And evolving strains of established pathogens is also an emerging. And known pathogen, which is a stronger transmission component to the meat and poultry than previously understood. So then, previously not known pathogen, unknown pathogen, which is suspected but not yet established transmission through the meat and poultry. So these are all the new diseases what we define. And then what is the re-emerging? Re-emerging is disease that reappear after a period of absence. Sometimes it will not be seen, suddenly it comes back. Oh, we have seen sometime back, 10 years back, again this has come. So re-emerging of that disease. Known endemic disease shifts geographically. It goes to different countries also. So spread of the re-emerging is also there. Sometimes it will increase the prevalence. So adequately, what we call simply come back. That means the disease will come back. And what is old is new again. Like me. What is old? Old is new again. Okay, like that. That's the re-emergence. So like cholera and infectious coryza, I think this is quite, again it has come back in the field where the poultry is reared on the ground. So this is a common thing. And VVND, very virulent Newcastle disease, very virulent infectious bronchitis, virulent IBD, and very virulent Barrett's disease also is coming back again. So that is what? Emerging and re-emerging foodborne infections. These are again dangerous. Food safety is one of the important components of the poultry meat or any meat. So therefore, we have to look for Campylobacter, Salmonella species, E. coli, 0157, H7, Clostridium perfringens, Listeria monocytogenes, and Toxoplasma gondii. These are the things which will transmit from meat. Foodborne viruses. Now, the new viruses, imagine, norovirus, adenovirus, saprovirus, astrovirus, hepatitis A virus, hepatitis E virus, rotavirus, avian influenza, as well as less known HE virus. So these are the things that have been listed now. We have to be cautious about this spreading of the infections. New pathogen emerged in camels, that is SARS and Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, where the people have eaten camel meat and it has been, again it has come, it's a foodborne again. Okay, transboundary, this is the third variety. What is the transboundary disease? It's a transboundary disease are those epidemic diseases which are highly contagious or transmissible, having a potential for a very rapid spread irrespective of the national borders. They have the potential to cause negative socioeconomic and public health. This is what they can, no limits to cross the borders of the country, any country. So examples, HPA, ND, avian encephalomyelitis are some of the examples of that. Then factors responsible for epidemiological interaction. What are the factors responsible? The nature and intensification of the poultry industry is one, that is the spread of the very closeness of the poultry and what we call, closeness. So many poultry habitats will come into one concentration, and there they form an epicenter. Microbes will form an epicenter of that. So therefore, rearing of multi-species, again, we are encouraging to rear quails, emu, ostrich, and so on, okay, and partridges and all. So that is another thing. And traffic and trade dynamics, irrespective of the traffic, wherever, people are just taking the birds openly, what we call main road transmission of the disease. So movement of the birds and their products. Consumerism, that means again live birds consuming and wild fauna mixing up. There are several bacteria and viruses may come. The variety of vaccines used now, the live vaccines, genetically attenuated, modified vaccines and so on. That means we don't know what the vaccines are going to convert themselves into, again, pathogens. Inadequate and lapse of biosecurity, that's everybody knows about that. Ever-changing environment. Environment is continuously changing its thing. What we are seeing now, it's a problem. And three aspects we should look into. Epidemiological interactions will be susceptible host, pathogen, and the conducive environment. Three things are very, very important in these things. Susceptible host means population density, demography, and behavior. Rearing of multiple species of poultry, ducks, turkey, emu, ostrich, pheasants, quails, bantams, pigeons, etc., etc. And frequent contact with wild fauna, animals, and other avian species. Breakdown in immunity, no proper immunity in the air. Therefore, this is the thing that hosts will become very susceptible to the disease. And then the pathogen. That's what I told you already. The pathogens emerge themselves and form into epicenters. And disease epicenters where the birds, animals, and humans live closely, and they mutate. They go one from other. So that's how. Example, avian influenza and example syndrome and so many things. And microbial adaptation to the change of the genome. They adapt themselves, microbes, into any circumstances. And then conducive environment. This environment will create a favorable atmosphere for the organisms to survive, mutate and spread fast, affecting the human and animal ecosystems. And livestock, poultry, mixed farming, already I told you about that, which will increase the vector population. The vector population means that means they transmit the disease from one animal to another animal. So alternation to climate is, say for example, the migratory pattern of the birds will change, and even influenza outbreaks are quite common nowadays. Climate change is playing an important role in emerging the new diseases. So this is how the epidemiological interventions or interactions are going to take place. So for example, host jump. The disease may be there in the one particular host, and will come in other hosts. So there is a host jump. Similarly, adaptability, pandemic, and all these things, then mutation, recombination, reassessment, reassortment. So all these things will evolve. Say for example, viral evolution, we call it as existing, emerging, exotic, and quasi-species. So now, the existing diseases are already there in our country: Newcastle disease, smallpox, MD, LL, lipid leukosis, and so on. Emerging, infectious stunting syndrome, IBD, IB, hydropericardium syndrome, IBH, chicken anemia virus, avian influenza, reovirus, enterovirus, calcivirus, astrovirus. So many things, new viruses are coming up in the, and exotic, very difficult to control sometimes, even though the vaccines are there, it is difficult to control. That means VVND, for example. And similarly, VVIBD, very virulent IBD, very virulent Marek's disease, IB viral variant, infectious IB viral variants are so common. And leukosis J virus is again an emerging problem now. And similarly, avian influenza. So now, we all know that how the zoonotic diseases are coming up in a way. Particularly the live animals are common. Live animal markets, where you can see several SARS, COVID, and avian influenza is coming. Similarly, wildlife hunting, HIV, Ebola virus, and similarly, COVID and rabies and avian influenza by intensive wildlife farming, and domestic animals also. Again, Hendra, Nipah, and avian influenza. All these things are going to be a zoonotic infection. So 60% are zoonotic and 75% are from animal origin. Sorry. So impact of emerging and re-emerging diseases and transboundary diseases. What are the impact on health, particularly on human health or animal health and whatever you call, but still it causes illness, death, loss of production, food security, and safety. So heavy loss, farming systems. And again, on economics, it hampers the livelihood of farmers, food safety, public health, loss of consumers' confidence, and regional and international trade and travel tourism also will be affected. Similarly, an embargo, movement restrictions. So people will say, now the compartmentalization is coming back, wherever there is no avian influenza, then only we can export. Say compartmentalization. They think of that movement restrictions also, embargo also. And human health, it's a zoonosis. This is the main thing. And environment, it not only affects the wildlife, but also the populations, and it increases the mortality. And spread of transboundary diseases. How these diseases are going to spread? You just see, just enormous movement of the animals and human, whatnot. Everything is moving from country to country now. So globalization is the rapid modernization, trade and transport is helping, and porousness of the borders. It may jump. Say for example, major socioeconomic and public health implications are going to come. So migratory birds and their pathways. This is in India, it shares vast boundaries with China, Pakistan, and Nepal, Myanmar, and Afghanistan. So now, 34 international airports, 13 ports, and 3 official borders. It may be more even. So, one of the disease, hydropericardium syndrome, probably you must have heard or you must have known by yourself as a veterinarian. This hydropericardium syndrome, I identified myself in the border of Pakistan. So actually, it was not there at that time. It has just emerged from the Pakistan entered into the India, and then we could able to identify, we could able to give the vaccine immediately, solutions for that also, for the save the animals. Significant increase in the international passengers and trade movement, I already told you about that, and this will carry the infection from one India to one part to other parts of the country. Just see, I think our Mahesh is here. So many birds internationally, they are confiscating every time. In airports. These are all some of the just examples. In October 2018, some pet birds and exotic pets are recovered from Chennai. And similarly, there are, you see, smugglers. They travel, they bring the animals from, I don't know how they are going to bring, but still you are saying that, right? Almost every month we are confiscating all these things. So this is one way where the transmission of emerging diseases take place. And you just see the bird migratory paths. It's quite interesting. Say, for example, number one, Eastern Atlantic pathway, flyway, Eastern African Western flyways, number two, Black Sea Mediterranean flyway, Central Asia flyway, and Eastern Asia and Australian flyway. These flyways, always they migrate the birds from other countries, Siberia, for example. When the cold set in, the birds will come to India to breed, and they carry the infection along with that. And there were several diseases that are going to come. See, imagine, the transmitted migratory birds can bring influenza, Newcastle disease, avian pneumovirus, duck plague virus, chlamydia, Pastorella, egg drop syndrome, West Nile fever, equine encephalomyelitis, Borrelia, Burgdorferi, entropathogens, Salmonella and Campylobacter. They carry all these from one country to another country. So therefore, we can infect, they will infect the different parts where geographically not known. They will appear suddenly. So similarly, the disease in Southeast Asia. What are the things? Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, Myanmar, Philippines, Sri Lanka, because these are the countries which are our neighbor countries. The infections that are coming from that is emerging and re-emerging is IB, nephro, chicken anemia virus, LPA, HPA, and IB reproductive and nephro, leg problems, A and HP, see like that. It's all, again, diseases, the increased incidences also is mentioned here. So this is another thing. Similarly, the diseases around India, again, the last one is India and Sri Lanka, Nepal, China, Europe and Middle East and Southeast Asia and Asia. So these are the diseases that are coming from different parts of the countries to India, or even in India. See, that's what. Now, bacterial infections. What are the, now virus listed. Now bacterial infections. What are the bacterial infections? Just think, Ornithobacterium, Rhinotracheus, Salmonella typhimurium, Campylobacter perfringens, Enterococcus, necrotic hepatitis, femoral head necrosis, Staphylococcus.
Time is over.
Yes, I will complete. Mechanism, I'm not going to speak on this because people are going to talk about later, a little later. And this is just, I give the headlines. Jumping of the species, mutation, reassortment, recombination, antigenic shift and antigenic drift. See, this is the egg drop syndrome, for example. I just give you a few examples. It's an adenovirus. From ducks to chicken, it jumps. Similarly, avian pneumoviruses from ostriches to chicken and turkey. And seven, big liver spleen disease, poultry enteritis, that is called PEMS, viral hepatitis, E virus from turkey to chicken. So that means one species to another species jump, always it will be there in the system and the nature. Similarly, mutation, of course, I'm not going to speak on this because so many people are going to talk about this. There are some, I want to tell you something about, antigenic drift and antigenic shift you must have heard, and viral quasi species are going to come. IB is one of the classical examples where the RNA virus and production of variants are going to come. And variant of IB differs from virulence, escape immune response, and IB, there are 50 variants. That's why even one vaccine will not work on IB. That's what our president also has told just now about that. Similarly, evolution of Newcastle diseases, there are 1 to 9 serotypes and 7 in pigeon And similarly, 50 serotypes in IB and avian influenza, about 144 combinations, IBDV and all these things. Evolution of new strains in Pakistan, Israel and Middle East. It's very deadliest again. It's very difficult to control again all these diseases. Emergence of new IBD serotypes are quite common now. Emergence of immunosuppressive variants, strains. Okay, I think there are lists, good lists. If you don't want, I stop it. Okay. Yeah. No, there is no point in telling. Of course, I know the time, but it's difficult to cover all these things. Okay. New diseases. Just see new diseases what that are appearing now. It's a multi-casual agents in the chicken. Say for example, recently adenovirus, one of the adenoviruses has been taken, gizzard erosion, AGE in broilers. It's caused by a viral adenovirus serotype 1. It causes gizzard erosion. People were talking about earlier mycotoxins and other things, which cause gizzard erosion. Now it's an adenovirus that is causing the gizzard erosion. Similarly, novel astrovirus. It's a new virus again, which will cause, astrovirus causing fatal gout in gooselings, but it may transmit to chicken also. A small non-helper RNA viruses which cause gout. And amyloid arthropathy. This is another interesting thing. Most of these diseases, why the leg weakness is going to come in chicken, particularly breeders. And this is what due to amyloidosis. It's caused by arthrotropic bacterial species like Streptococcus aureus, Escherichia coli, Salmonella, Mycoplasma synovium. We were not knowing the pathogenesis of earlier. Now it is said that it is going to cause a reactive amyloidosis, developed a secondary chronic inflammation in the joint. Okay, Fowlpox, quite interesting. People should aware about this. Fowlpox now it has become a little more dangerous. Why? It will, in combination, the pathogen traits of the virus type likely to enhance by the integrated reticuloendothelial virus sequences of various lengths in the Fowlpox PV genome. That means it is going to interact with the reticuloendothelial. Fowlpox is going to interact with the reticuloendothelial and become a new virus. The variant of FWP has been found widely in reported illness that from the cutaneous Fowlpox. Earlier we only used to read cutaneous pox and diphthetic pox. Now it is not so. It is quite different. ILT virus similarly, it changes. And emerging acute IBD, yes, there is different viruses from time to time it has been evolved, and the viruses mutation frequent, and you see virulent IBD, very virulent IBD, and hypervirulent IBD. Hypervirulent, these viruses are significantly more pathogenic than any classical type. It's very difficult to control also, despite of vaccinations. Marex similarly, say widely again, molecular evolution of the MD genes evolved in the oncogenesis and may increase the pathogenicity of despite of vaccination, we are seeing many outbreaks of Marex disease. See, the vaccines also from time to time they have changed, but still we have also have the outbreaks of Marex disease. Mild Marex disease, virulent Marex disease, very virulent Marex disease, very virulent Marex disease plus, and then non-oncogenic SB1, non-oncogenic HVT. So these are the strains that are going to cause a big problem. Similarly, the lesions also from year to year it has changed its pattern in the chicken infection, anemia. Adenovirus is the biggest problem now. It's going to cause. There are about 12 serotypes. Group A causes gizzard erosion. Group C and D are predominant in India, and Group C is responsible for hydropericardium syndrome. And Group D is responsible for IBH, inclusion body hepatitis. And emerging cases of E also noted in India. ABCDE is there. That is E also is noticed in India. Okay, it causes inclusion body hepatitis, hydropericardium syndrome, respiratory diseases in turkeys and ducks, production failures in turkeys, pancreatitis and respiratory lesions in guinea fowl, diarrhea, pancreatitis, poor hatchability in ostrich, quail bronchitis, inclusion, body ventriculitis, gastrointestinal disease, inclusions in the digestive tract. And group 2, turkey hemorrhagic syndrome, marble spleen disease. Okay. So many diseases are there. You can look into the literature and think, okay, what are the major challenges? How it's going to be? The main challenges in diagnosis control are complex diversity of RNA viruses, very difficult to control. Say, for example, recombination of A, ND serotype 2 and IBV. Managemental diseases, enteric diseases are highly in dense blocks. It's going to common, enteric diseases going to emerging diseases. And respiratory disease complex. Always respiratory disease complex with the primary cause is simple, but secondary bacteria is always dangerous. So similarly, immunosuppression, because of these things, it's going to happen. And challenges again, complex vaccination schedules. I think poultry gets more vaccination than any other animal. So we can think of this immunity and all those things. Inter-regional variation in the distribution of the pathogen. And there are very probability of emergence of several new viruses all the time because of mutation and so many other things. And similarly, emergence of new poultry pathogens in next 20 years is going to come. So diagnosing infectious disease requires a holistic approach. What we have seen earlier, typical lesions or pattern of disease will not appear anytime. It changes often by itself. So with this, I conclude. The approach is okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me this chance.
Thank you so much, sir. As expected from last speaker, sir. What is it, Dr. Sir?
One or two just clarification. Just two clarification to the house. The Indian map that sir has shown.
Yeah.
That missing that
Kashmir.
Part, Kashmir, Pak-occupied Kashmir, but that should be shown
as a complete one.
Out there. Another thing that Southeast Asia and South Asia. India is not under Southeast Asia. Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, these 8. They are the South Asia. We have 8 countries, and Southeast we have 11 countries. There's some distinction between these, and all the South Asian countries are the members of SARC. That is right. Thank you. No, sir.
Huh? No, not completed. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. As expected, well-acknowledged teacher like you, even last 26 years I'm hearing, so sometimes I feel that I am also your student, even though I'm a physiologist. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker in this session is Dr. Yadunandan, and today he is going to talk on how technology is transforming the food industry. And before I invite him for his presentation, let me introduce Dr. Yadunandan for his distinguished, to this distinguished audience. Better, I would like to narrate him in a very brief way of his today's presence in a very small motivational story. Rolls on Wheels is a Bangalore-based brand, which a recent innovative venture designed and addressing the needs of modern India. Rolls on Wheels is a brand owned by JICA Hospitality Ventures Private Limited, which makes its genesis through the creative mind of Dr. Yadunandan. Yes, Dr. Yadunandan is a veterinarian and management consultant by profession. With the vision and planning of Dr. Yadu, a small kiosk of 30 square feet area started in February 2011 has grown to a scalable venture today in a short span of 2 years. With 5 franchises and 14 company-owned outlets, the brand has made a name for its for itself in Bangalore. It's now set to expand. It's now set to expand into other cities and spread its tasty mark to many other Indian cities. Rolls and Wheels built a state-of-art centralized kitchen of 7,000 square feet area, which has the capacity to cater to more than 100 outlets. At present, Rolls and Wheels is aiming to expand Bangalore and Mysore, which have the capacity to open about 60 to 70 outlets. In the next 5 years, the brand would like to have its presence in Hyderabad, Pune, Chennai, Mumbai, Coimbatore, Mangalore, and Nagpur with nearly 200 plus outlets. Ladies and gentlemen, with your big round of applause, I would like to invite Dr. Yadunandan for his presentation today.
Good afternoon, everybody. So first thing, I look very hard at this point of time. There are two things. One thing among all the scientists and eminent speaker who are discussing on diseases, I'm talking about the food business. Second thing, I know it's a lunchtime, everybody is hungry. I'm making it more worst by talking more about the food. So without taking much of the time, I kept my timer, so I'll try to finish off as early as possible. If you look at food business in India, anywhere in the world, it's a very good business. If you talk about India, it's 1.4 billion people, 3 times a meal. At most, every day we are catering to the 4 billion meals a day. So always we never go out of the passion in terms of the food business. If you look at India as a country, every 100 kilometers, our cuisine changes. So you will see a new dishes, new cuisines, new way of cooking and everything. And also as a customer, we look at how we call it as a Guru Devo Bhava. Athithi Devo Bhava is something is an integral part of our Indians. So whoever comes to our home, first before we initiate any of the talks, we offer them whether they need any drink or food. So that's how the food culture in India, which is now expanding into the global, is going quite this one. So today we are going to touch upon what happened last in 1 decade. So what is the technology has transformed our traditional business into a more scalable, profitable business lines. If you look at today, the F&B business, food and beverages, F&B means the food and beverages business is around 70 billion in India, it's going to be around 125 billion by 2029. So mainly if I talk about the food and beverages, it covers quick service, QSRs means quick service restaurants, the full service restaurant where you go for dine-in, it might be a casual dine-in or a fine dine-ins, cafes, pubs, bars, the cloud kitchens and everything. So left hand side you can see just give a brief about this one, the QSR contribute around 35% of our overall F&B contributions, 27% by pubs, clubs and bars and other things, another full service. Almost these 3 categories will contribute to more than 75%. Afterwards we have a lot of your leisure, your traveling and all these stuffs. So what happens in the last 1 decade? If you look at food business itself, I can point out another 3 or 4 major changes. What's very, very evident. So one thing is about the world cuisine. See today, if you look at 20, 30 years back, the last 10 years, last 1 decade, I think the Indians are traveling a lot. So either it's on the leisure, it's on the work basis or something. And whenever they travel, you get exposed to a lot of international cuisines. So you can't find all the Indian restaurants anywhere. You will see the different cuisines, so you get experience. Once you're back, definitely something which you you want to try it out here. So that is the opportunity which is today's the present F&B business is going. See that segment is growing a lot. Second thing about the QSR, quick service restaurants. We call it as your McDonald's, Subway, KFC, all these things. Quick service restaurants. It started off in 1990 when the FTA, the liberalization started. That is the time now there's a lot of foreign brands started coming into the country. See now today that is now in addition to the lot of foreign brands, we have well-known Indian brands which started expanding and other things. Another changes what you can see is the breweries, microbreweries. So in last 10 years, you can see a lot of changes, which we were only able to see in some European and US countries. Now you can see. I think you guys are in the very, the middle of the, the Kormangla area here. So evening, if you get a time, if you walk out just 2 kilometers, at least you can see 10 breweries in and around. So Bangalore alone has got more than 70 microbreweries, which were somewhere that investment come from 10 to 30 crores to 100 crores. That's another vast business. The major things in 2015 and 2016, what happened was the starting of this online integrators or the online delivery model. So before, if you look at the traditional business, we used to go out, or whether we dine in, or we take a parcel, we come home, all these things. Slowly, these some of the companies like Swiggy, Zomato, and other things like that. I think everyone you might have it in your the phones today, that makes our life much easier. Like now, see, that's made it more accessible. See, today some restaurant which is 5 kilometers away, like now if I have lunchtime of 30 minutes, I can't go there. But like now I can order and I can, I can test this whatever it's required. So this is, whatever the changes, what I'm saying is like, is more of the positive things like you can look at it. So just talking about the numbers, like now this is a delivery model, because we are going to touch more about the food delivery model, like, which is very evident, and one of the company like Zomato had went into IPO within 7-8 years of its existence. See, if you look at like population wise, like US market is, which is around 35 crores of population, that's every day it's delivered 10 million, almost 1 crore orders per day. So the major DoorDash and Uber Eats, they are the one. China, which is almost like just we surpassed our population in terms of population, but almost like if you look at, they deliver around 30 million orders and we are at 3 million. So you can imagine like the quantum of like the opportunities which is exist in this business. So look at the food ordering market. Just have to touch upon the key dynamics. So it's around 4.2 billion online food market I'm talking about. So at present, like before Zomato, when it's going to the IPO, they mentioned about the active users. We call it as like who like interact at least a week, at least a 15 days or something, around 10 million. That's like crore users. The supply scenario, we have more than 5 lakhs restaurants onboarded. There are present in more than 500 cities. And what's the macro drivers which is going to drive is like the 180 million, like that's an 18 crores of online shoppers, which are at the median age of 28 years. They are going to be the biggest opportunity in the future. And in terms of brands, if you look at in India, like most of them are more of the foreign brands. You look at it like whether KFC, Domino's, McDonald's, you name anybody of them, most of them are like the foreign brands. Nowadays, like actually some of the brands like whether it's a Bikaner Wala, there's a Ho Momo, some of the brands which is the QSR brands are coming up. But what we say is like another next 10 years, at least 50 Indian QSRs going to generate a business of around 1,000 crores. So there are many brands which are in the verge of like 500 to 1,000 crores business that's going to make. So talking about the food tech, I don't get into too much of details. Just to give an example, I don't want to get into too much of today what we use, artificial intelligence, drone, and it goes above our head as of now. Just want to say today, like how many of you use Swiggy and Zomato here? Can you raise your hand? So most of them, I think more than half of this thing. So once you order, like for you, like it's become more of transparency now. Like you place the order, you can see order acceptance, where is your rider, when the food is coming, 30 minutes, 28 minutes, you can follow up everything. So, but behind that, there is a lot of technology which is involved. Like now, once you place the order, see my work starts in the kitchen, saying, order acceptance. Within 30 seconds, I ensure like, I accept your order so that you get a message, your order is accepted. So then we start the kitchen preparation time. For every cuisine, there is a different timing of preparation. Suppose like we are into the roll business, we do around 8 minutes to process the order. Then once we set the mark food ready, then you'll get a message like, okay, your food is ready, rider is on the way. Then we call it as from the rider picks up the order and deliver to you. That is we call it as order to delivery. How short I am there in the order to delivery, that's more visibility and that's more number of orders I get. See, normally like if I take our QSR's model, we try to be within 30 minutes of your order to delivery. So when customer places the order, by the time you get the food, I want to be within 30 minutes of that time. So other things like a lot of other back-end analytics will go into that one. Other things like in terms of looking at the present trends, what is going on in the food industry, you might have heard like in the newspapers or otherwise anyway you are reading it or something. Lot of new buzzwords. The food has to be healthy, the guilt-free, vegan, keto, high protein, lot of things. One thing I will tell you, like, see, there is a lot of news about the hun meat, what we call it as the plant protein or plant meat, which might be a threat to the the chicken industry. I would say like no buzzwords will make the business. It takes decades together. So India is a protein deficient country, and the animal protein sources will continue to be ruling, and we need more and more companies to come up and cater to this market. And looking at other trends, like it's about the food bloggers. Today you might have seen, like I think if you open your Instagram or Facebook or something, you will see a numerous number of food bloggers. Maybe someone might be very famous to even who got only 2,000, 3,000 followers. Everybody has become like a food blogging now. So I'm not sure like now anybody is from Hyderabad here? Yeah, Hyderabad. I think last week you might have heard about the Kumari auntie, some small food stall in the roadside of the high-tech city. Just because of the food blogger, even the CM visited 2 days back. See, that is the power of the food bloggers. In a way, it's a good thing because they are making it more of whatever happening at different parts of the city or different part of India, like they are reaching it to you at your phone step, like which you can track. So other things like when we are growing so fast, in any of the things, sustainability is another big things which we need to be this one. When we talk about like 100 million orders, so you think of like what is the amount of the plastics packing materials we are going to generate. So it has to be sustainable. So now slowly the things are moving from the plastic to more of the paper mode of methods, and also another thing. This is a company called Infinity. Like just I wanted to mention from Bangalore. What they're doing, these people are tying up with this Zomato and Swiggy, and they are going to provide this steel and what do you call the vessels? Like you can while you're ordering, like you can book them. So normally the restaurant associated with them, they put your whatever the products into that one, and they will get delivered, and they will pick it up in the later stage. Most of these bigger apartments and other people, they will have a drop-in boxes. Once you use them, like you can drop in, they will collect it. So such kind of more and more like companies has to come up. Like this is one of the area like some of the entrepreneurs can enter in to make it more sustainability in the future. So another thing is the cloud kitchens. I think you might have heard of these words. Lot of cloud kitchens, ghost kitchens, dark kitchens. So many words we use. The cloud kitchen, simply I have to say what I have to say. The customer will not go, you will not have any facility to dine in, or you won't pick up the food and other things. So I will have a kitchen somewhere in the inner part of the town with all the facilities. I will be only running the virtual brands online, whether Swiggy or Zomato or on my own website or something. I will be running the brands which is only on the, which is placed on this. Only you can place the order. That one. You don't have the presence of dining. So one biggest advantages nowadays is what's happening with them is like there is a multi-brand cloud kitchens are getting famous. So two things which are leading is the Rebel Foods and the Cure Foods. So what you say is like in the same place, like if I have a 2,000 square feet of cloud kitchens, you will have 10 brands. So you will have a biryani brand, you will have a cake brand, you will have burger brand and everything like at the different names. For a customer, it's all different brands, but everything gets processed in the same kitchen. So how it helps the, in terms of profitability, because I can share the manpower, I can share the space, I can share the facilities, my cost of goods will come down because like I'm utilizing paneer for 3 different items. So this is much getting more famous, and more companies are getting into this one. So talking about bit of numbers, like we call it as a harder value. Like any time like when you place the order, average order values versus it's always directly proportional to GDP. So just I gave some it's about what is the average order value of India. Like we are at around 400 rupees. So when you place an order, like see as a restaurateur, I talk about I want to increase my average order value, because that's where my profitability will come. Even it's for Swiggy and Zomato, some customer who are transacting at 100 rupees is not profitable at all. Somebody is transacting at 500 or 1000 rupees, always like because it's the same delivery charges, same all other things will remain the same thing. So that's where like almost like it's directly proportional to the whatever the GDP. If you can look at, I put up the GDP per capita incomes of India, like we are at 1.84 lakhs, comparing to China 10 lakhs and USA. You can see the direct correlation in terms of the ordering also. Looking at the urban population overall, so why we are very bullish on India is about the growing middle class population. We will call it as a neo middle class. So Indian urban population compared to China, we are only 35% of our population is urban, 65% is still rural, against to the China, which is around 65%. And how second tier and third tier cities are coming into more existence. If you look at 2019, from the Swiggy or Zomato, like whoever the online aggregators, whatever the orders generate, it was like 85% of the revenue was coming from top 5 cities. But as that has moved to only 42% into the 8 cities, that means like their presence into the second tier cities, the people spending on from the rural areas getting increased. And also another thing, India, because we have less female labor category. I mean, like people who are going out for the work and other things. So we cook a lot of home food. That's also, but this is going to be changed in days to come. So that's also another positive points we can look at it. So in terms of, I was talking about like $75 billion of overall, the market says 2030 we will be around 125 billion. So the delivery market is going to take up around 25 billion, almost 20%, close to 15 to 20% will be our market penetration, and we expect the people who are transacting on the online aggregators from 60 million to 150 million. So I will take some 2 to 3 slides quickly about the, what is the myth about the D2C brand. See, you might have seen in this COVID time, We had around 70 unicorns, lot of tech companies, lot of tech companies have taken a lot of, the fundings, the many people like now went for like now the unicorns and other thing. If you look at overall Indian populations, like 140 crores, but actual internet users is around 70 crores as of now. And we call it as a total accessible market, like no TAM. That is the word like no normally any business, like no, if you guys are get into the business, it's not the 140 crore is your target market. So what is target is that's 7 crore. It's almost same as the UK population. Next slide, if you look at it, we will have again level C, level B and level C. Out of 7 crore also, not everybody transact every day. See, if you look at, we'll say, call it as a level C 4 crore. Suppose you might have done, you are an online shopper, okay, you have your account and everything, but you might have shopped only once. Like no, you say you might have thought like you want to buy a TV at to your home. You might have went to the Sony and you saw that it's costing 1 lakh. On the online is giving some discounts at 90,000. You might have done one transaction in a year. So that kind of category is around 4 crores. So level B is another 2 crores. Like regularly what we interact, like you might be ordering from Swiggy, Zomato or Uber, you are booking Ola. It might be not regular, maybe a week, 15 days, 1 month, or this kind of things. Another one is, that is the actual market is that's 1 crore only. Out of 140 crore, it's 1 crore. We call them as a time poor, cash rich people. Even for small curry leaves, they place the order. One of my cousin is like that. Even 20 rupees curry leaves, she placed the order on the Big Basket or Amazon. See, that kind of category is that's 1 crore of this one. This is, see, if you look at other data, like now, why, see, you look at the bottom I put up. All other, like now, if you take a Netflix users, Amazon, Zomato users, everybody like now, that customer base also, this data is supported by these people. Today, Zomato says like I have only 1 crore active users. Netflix says only 36 lakhs subscribers. Amazon Prime says 70 lakhs. Credit says 60 lakhs users on the board. So active users are somewhere around 1 crore out of 140 crores, not the 140 crores. So how we can relate it to the chicken industry? I just wanted to put up this slide is more about like how's the world, the chicken consumption is going today. So normally if you look at a lot of European countries, the meat consumption is coming down. Very few countries like a US or Australia or something, it's more of stagnant. It is hitting a plateau. I'm not sure, like maybe people are more getting health conscious, getting into the vegan, there is an alternate source of proteins, or maybe affordability issues, or we see like there is the meat prices are increasing. So these slides like just to sum up, like we have around 6 million tons of chicken consumption in India, around 138 billions of eggs. It is now per capita is around 100. So in that, like if you divide food services, which is into the F&B business, it's 4 million tons. The 2 million tons is more of household. Like now we go and buy the chicken every day, cook at home and other things. So this was like now I was working with the Udan team. Like now this was the numbers. 4 million tons. How the overall input market? See, I was telling about just to correlate the things. Like I said, 75 billion is the food and beverages market. Normally we call 30% is the food cost. In that 70 billion. We call it as like around 25 billion. 30% is coming under 25 billion. In 25 billion, like if you look at the overall market, like 35% is organized, 65% is unorganized. Coming into that 25 billion, my rice and other things and all, it contributes to 50%. 25% goes for the dairy and other materials. 25% is the actual meat. In the 25% meat, 60% is the chicken. Normally in India, like now most of the restaurants, if you look at like chicken is the major the input material, that's 60%. See, even if you calculate back, that's come to the same number of around 3.8 billion in terms of the number. So other things like poultry industry, which is around 25 billion, we call it as 2 lakh crores market. Per capita consumption, now I think numbers are around more than 4 kg it's running. Expected to be around 9 kg by 2030. I'm talking about only the chickens. So again, think the major drivers will be the neo middle class, which is around 500 million is going to be by soon, and 2047 we will have 1 billion the new middle class people. Few things about the chicken meat marketing and only online delivery. Like if you look at like last 6 years, 2016 to 22, we grown a fast, like 174%. Next 5 years, we might expect around 24%. The 7 billion, which is only the meat. See, we talk about like poultry is at 2 lakh crores or $25 billion, but in the meat market is somewhere around 60,000 crores. Out of that business model, 2 business models, we talk about omni-channels. Omni-channels is like you have physical stores as well as the online channels. Like that's like Nandu's. So Nandu's do like they have the physical stores, 50 plus physical stores all across, and they do. only like now there is a pure play of like only the digital D2C brands like Licious, Fresh2Home also now coming up with a lot of omnichannel presence.
Dr. Yadu, can I request you
Yeah.
to please more
So another
fast?
thing, so these are the most of the things like what I covered. It's just to sum up like what it means to the foodpreneurs. So as an entrepreneurs or like we call it as we call it as a vetpreneurs. So people who wants to enter to the business, the farm to fork. We talk about last 1 decade. It's moving into the app to fork. जो दिखता है वो बिकता है is gone. जो ज़्यादा दिखता है वो बिकता है. So now we need to make it more and more accessible. Like no, these things are more. And you look at like last 1 decade surveys I was looking about the the home construction. The bigger in the house, the kitchen sizes are shrinking. We call it as shrinking kitchens. So we used to have 400, 500 square feet of kitchens before, like whenever we make a house of around 1,000, 1,500, now it's moved to 200 square feet. Probably, I think in the future, like now, if I have one combi oven, that's enough for me. I can cook everything out of that. I think that's the model we are going to move at. And one boon for the chicken industry is like the F&B business is growing at a compounding rate of 15%. That's anyway that's going to bring up lot of chicken consumption. And online meat channels growing double digit. The technology is required. I think that's a big big chances for the new entrepreneurs to tier 3 cities. Still, whatever the chilled meat, frozen meat, RTC, RTE products, all these things, still even in the metros also, it's not got into its core. So we need to work on too much about the in the tier 1, tier 2, 3 cities, and also like what is the biggest advantage? Morning, Naveen sir was telling about like the why veterinarians has to run the business. This is what the chance like slowly the business is moving from generalist to more of the meat specialist. So because food safety is the major concern, so that's we'll have more of chances and focus on mass market than the niche market. Today, if you look at like some of the companies like Licious or something, they look at like only upper middle class or higher class, like because the product range, maybe it's affordability and other things. But the bigger chunk of market is like that's only the tip of the iceberg. We are below that. So something we can do to cover up that mass market. So where people they need very convenient, affordable the meat at at their doorsteps. So focus on supply chain issues. That's one thing, and product differentiation because everybody grows chicken. What's your differentiation? That's a major thing. So what's the new things like we can add up? Like now, what's the new product? Like what is the new RTE product? What your RTC products you can bring it to them? Or you can be a much better in terms of like you do 10 minutes delivery. I get now Nando's chicken at 8 minutes to my home from the Zepto. So today, like you order something like see that's what the innovations like it has to come up. So building the category. This is the one thing like I discussed before. See, it's a combination efforts of everybody. Like it's not only this thing, it is a meat companies, associations, government bodies and everything. You need to build the category because in India, the market is there, but like the building that, the fresh chilled, frozen, RTC, this category, it requires lot of efforts. I think this is where like some of the entrepreneurs can really work on, combine the goodness of all the people there and get some investment in and create that category. And another big thing is B2B market, like there are some concerns like price, quality, consistency, credit, and other things. That's where like some of the companies like Udaan and Zomato, Hyperpure, those people are solving that problems now. I think that's also one of the area like the entrepreneurs can work on. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
It's truly an inspiring story, and I guess many of our people and the young generation especially, they will get the motivational fuel from your success, and I wish many of the veterinarian will come up as a business women and men. Ladies and gentlemen, now I invite all the speakers once again on dais for question and answer session. We'll have a small question and answer session. Okay. So if you have the question, you can start ask the question, and the speakers from their seat, they can give the reply.
After getting the excellent presentation from our very experienced, distinguished speaker, they have given varied area of the livestock, that means poultry production in the country. Also, we got some information from the Netherlands and some other countries. Now, this session is open for 1 or 2 questions because we are already late by half an hour.
Right.
If you have a specific question to any of the speakers,
you can raise your hand and ask the question.
Ask the question. And if you want to take them all here, it will take another 10 minutes. That's
True.
right. If you have any question or any suggestion, just you are free to ask now. Please.
That is a great idea.
So on the lighter side, when lunch will open?
So we'll go for the next. Now I request Chairman of the session, Dr. Habibur Rahman, to present the mementos to all the speakers as a token of love and appreciation from our side. So first of all, I would like to call up on stage Mr. Nabin Pashuparthi, if he's here. Yeah. Mr. Nabin ji. कौन किसको बोलेगा वहाँ से? नहीं महेश सर. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Shak, Professor Shak. Dr. Nagendra Hegde ji. Dr. Nagendra Hegde ji. Professor R.N. Srinivas Gowda ji. No, he's coming. And finally, Dr. Yadunandan. Yadunandan. Dr. Yadunandan. Now I request Dr. Jitendra Bharma to present mementos to the chairman, co-chairs, and the rapporteurs. First, Dr. Rahman, to Dr. Rahman. To Dr. Nitin V. Kurkure. And to Dr. Shirish Nigam. And finally to rapporteur Dr. V. Gautaman. So to end this session, once again, I cordially thank the chairman, co-chairs, rapporteurs, the speakers, and the panel members, and all of you lovely audience. Namaskar and Jai Hind. And, sir, announcement, the next session will be starting at 3 p.m. sharply here at in this audience, in this auditorium.
Working as the secretary of the WVPA Global Committee. Mr. Chairman and co-chairman, and also the rapporteurs, dear guest audience. So I would like to thank WVPA India for inviting me to give this lecture. And when I was asked that what I would like to speak on, then I thought that maybe after 10 to 15 years back, we used to talk about avian influenza quite a lot. But in the recent years, particularly in this region, we are not speaking about avian influenza. But at the moment, rather other countries like in Europe. So that's why I thought that we should bring back this discussion a little bit and with a little update of avian influenza situation globally. So avian influenza virus, I think everybody knows, every veterinarian has good knowledge of this avian influenza virus. It is a paramyxovirus, paramyxovidae family, orthomyxovirus genus, and it's an enveloped virus, the RNA virus, and on its surface there are two important proteins there, that is the hemagglutinin and neuraminidase. So these two proteins are highly variable, and based on that, avian influenza viruses are further subtyped based on these hemagglutinin and neuraminidase types they possess, like H1, H5, N1, H9, N2, like this. So this is known to us, this present ongoing pandemic of avian influenza. It's originated from that the virus that emerged in 1996 in China, which is known as Goose Guangdong lineage or Goose Guangdong strain. And over the last 28 years, the virus has evolved quite a lot. And that evolution included them. So there are reassortments forming many different genotypes, and also changing of that surface protein. All these changes are taking place. And still within after these 28 years, this world. Now, avian influenza, when it first emerged, this particular episode or pandemic, as you can see that even in just 1 year since 2022, 10 countries have reported outbreaks of avian influenza in mammals in 26 different mammalian species. And just a few examples that have farmed mink in Spain, and in Finland farm foxes and other mammals. Influenza. Like in the USA, it is just in the recent time, that is in September 20, they published 113 in farms. He could detect different types of respiratory pathogens. Actually, 6 respiratory pathogens are targeted that were detected by molecular methods. And among this, you can see that interestingly, avian influenza virus was found in 66 out of 113 farms. Newcastle disease virus, infectious bronchitis virus, laryngotracheitis virus, Mycoplasma gallisepticum, and also Avibacterium paragallinearum. Interestingly, although we can see that up to 66 farms, avian influenza virus was detected, but none of these farm or respiratory disease outbreak was suspected to be highly pathogenic avian influenza. They are suspected to other respiratory diseases, sometimes the suspicion or even clinically diagnosed as maybe low pathogenic avian influenza, or but laboratory diagnosis gave us different pictures. And not only that, there are a lot of co-infection. 53 farms, there are single pathogens, and there are 2 pathogens are detected simultaneously in 43 farms, and 3 pathogens in 14 farms. Even 4 different pathogens were found in 3 farms. So they are coexisting and co-circulating with other respiratory pathogens. In most cases, these are diagnosed either as E. coli infection or sometimes just at best as a low pathogenic avian influenza. So I don't want to blame the doctors or veterinarians who are doing the investigation or the farmers, because the clinical picture is completely different. In the clinical picture, there is no high mortality, what we usually expect with highly pathogenic avian influenza. So this is a scenario that leads us to the understanding that avian influenza virus is circulating also as endemically in different countries. So this is the situation in Bangladesh. Maybe in many other countries, if they are checked, a similar picture might come up. And not only that, in this avian influenza viruses, those 66, there are H5 positive in 31 farms, and H9 was in 13 farms, and both H5 and H9 were found in 14 farms, and only 8 farms there was no H5 or H9. There may be some different strain. So as I mentioned that this happening without showing any high mortality, and to ensure that we followed up several farms. 20 farms were that is longitudinally followed, endemic circulation. So even if anyone does not investigate, you will not know that a virus is circulating endemically. Anyway, regarding that control option, we all know that avian influenza control is stamping out. That is the traditionally or gold standard methods. But there is also additional tools like vaccination, and there is also biosecurity is mandatory for. But what we can see that many resource poor countries, even for Bangladesh as well, they fail to eradicate. Failed to control avian influenza by stamping out procedure. It was not feasible financially and also socially not acceptable. And many developed countries are successful in eradicate H5N1 by stamping out approach, but that was only temporarily. That virus is again coming back with new outbreaks again. So reincursion could not be prevented. And therefore, the few countries have opted for vaccination as an additional tool, like Bangladesh is vaccinating. And some other countries in Europe, they are now going for vaccination with a different strategy for different countries. And the World Organization of Animal Health has also suggested for vaccination or recommended for vaccination. And along with this, that biosecurity remains the key tool in controlling or preventing avian influenza or reducing the burden of avian influenza. And you can see that India has already made an example in this case that I have come across this report that World Organization for Animal Health approves self-declaration of freedom from avian influenza in Indian poultry compartments. So that is, I would say that this is a great success, that a total of 26 poultry compartments located in 4 states of India have been declared free from avian influenza. So congratulations and opportunity to present this. Thank you
very much for a wonderful presentation. So if you have 1 or 2 important questions you can ask, but I have a question. Now, when you have given the map, in the United States, a number of other species, the virus has been identified. And even in a couple of European countries, it has been there. Whereas in Asia, nowhere there is a report. And is there a correlation between the presence of the avian influenza virus in other species and the kind of havoc it has created in the United States?
Yes, I think it's a good question. The first thing is that we don't have a strong surveillance. That is one. But even if we don't have any strong surveillance, if the things happen, certainly that would come to us. But maybe it also due to the virus strain that 2344B clade, that clade affects the wild birds. They are causing the disease in wild birds, and wild birds are spreading the disease to these wild animals. That's my explanation. That could be the reason why in those areas where there is a 2344B clades are there we are getting this infection in wild birds more commonly.
In Bangladesh, it's also deep red compared to the whole Indian subcontinent.
Yes, I think if you say that from reporting purposes, I mean, clinically the disease is not being diagnosed, not being reported. So in that case, you can see that in Bangladesh, there are not too many avian influenza cases.
So you are
But when you do the surveillance, we get
so
a
you are
lot of
giving
virus
credit to
circulation.
India. Anyway, any other question, please? If you don't have any other questions.
India is having this World Organization of Animal Health, that reference laboratory. So in the Southeast, that South Asian region, there is a need to have a collaboration and regular sample that should be deposited to the India, that reference laboratory. So what sort of action in that direction Bangladesh is thinking?
So I think this issue has been discussed, is being discussed for quite a long time. Previously, there was some sensitivity. People didn't want to share the materials. But at the time, the sensitivity is not that much. But this has also been discussed in the SARC regional meeting. But everybody agrees, but this doesn't happen that much. And as a matter of fact, it's the surveillance. These are not the government-run surveillance. These are the private research. And so, I mean, the surveillance is relatively poor from government side. That's why this is probably that is not happening that much. And also that up to certain level, the country has the capacity to do certain level of, but still certainly that needs to be confirmed with the reference laboratory. So in principle, there is no disagreement using the help of this regional laboratory or OI reference laboratory. But I mean, it's the government to government.
No, that's what I'm telling. So if government of India, if they provide that necessary support to bring the sample to our laboratory, so in that case, Bangladesh will not have any objection.
I think it is not the logistic. It's the, I mean, the feeling that whether the government feels that they need to send it to the reference laboratory. That's the important issue. That level it needs to discuss between the laboratories, the directors, and also between the CBUs.
Right.
Thank you very much. So the next speaker is Dr. Jagdish Bairi. He is going to speak on immunity, exploitation of fundamental knowledge for the better health.
With the permission of the chair, I'll read a brief biodata of Dr. Jagdish Bairi. Actually, his biodata is very exhaustive. I have made it a little short. Dr. Bairi did his BVSc from Veterinary College, Bangalore. He did his master's from IVRI, specialized in virology and immunology. His PhD in immunology from Sorbonne University and postdoc from University of Oxford. He joined the National Institute of Health and Medical Research, Paris, France, in 2006 as a faculty, and in 2018 he became the director of research there. And he joined IIT Palakkad as a Professor of Biological Sciences and Engineering in 2021. Currently, he is the Dean in Student Affairs and Head of the Department of Biological Sciences and Engineering. His main research areas are fundamental immunology, autoimmunity, inflammation, immunotherapy, and host pathogen interaction. Sir has so many papers, more than 300 articles in diverse international journals, including Nature, Nature Reviews, Trends Journal, Nature Communication, etc. And maybe he's having more than 25,000 citations. Yesterday I checked, the latest is 27,857 with 72 ICAR index. Sir has a high index of 72. Now, sir, I'd request you to kindly address.
Thank you for the invitation, particularly to Dr. Bhatta, who convinced me to come over here. Although my profession got deviated from poultry long back, but he convinced me to come and give a talk. Thank you. Every day we are facing various challenges, including birds. They are not exception. But I'm talking about challenges driven by various pathogens, bacteria, virus, parasites, fungi, so many species. Luckily, the birds have various non-specific mechanisms like any other species. anatomic barriers, body temperature, microbiota, respiratory tract cilia, and so many. But at the end, pathogen could able to get rid of this physical barrier and then could infect the body. This is where our immune system comes into the picture. When the pathogen infects a body, they are first seen by antigen presenting cells, one of the innate immune cells. They are the one who sense the danger signals driven by the pathogens and then to decode them and to initiate the immune response. So in case of extracellular pathogens like bacteria, they are present in antigen presenting cells like dendritic cells, present them in the context of MSC class 2 to CD4 T cell subsets. They undergo differentiation and provide help for B cells, and B cells produce antibodies, bit simplistic manner. And in case of intercellular pathogens like virus, antigens are present in the context of MSC class 1 to CD8 T cells, and they differentiate to become cytotoxic T cell responses. But in biology or physiology, there is nothing like 100%. It's not foolproof. External antigens can be presented by MSC class 1, the process called cross-presentation, and vice versa. So let us see a little bit on the initial process of immune response. The pathogens and antigen-presenting cells, they interact by a molecular mechanisms. Pathogens have a molecular signatures which are called pathogen-associated molecular patterns, or PAMs. Could be of polysaccharides or glycolipids, proteins or glycoproteins, a diverse molecule including DNA and RNA. Those molecules are recognized by pattern innate receptors on antigen-presenting cells, which are called pattern recognition receptors, PRR, which are toll-like receptors, NOR-like receptors, C-type lectin receptors, and so many. So that leads to in immunology, the interaction between pattern recognition receptor and the PAMs is called as signal 0 because this is the initiation of the immune response. Once the signaling is initiated, the antigen-presenting cells undergo the activation. They process the antigen present in the context of MSC molecules. Huge amount of cytokines and chemokines are produced, and then ultimately the antigen is presented in the context of MSC to CD4 T cells or CD8 T cells. The interaction between MSC load, antigen load MSC with that of T cell receptor is called signal 1. But this interaction does not lead to a proper or a fine-tuned immune response, because if we have only antigen presentation, that invariably leads to energy, no immune response. But then we need a co-stimulating molecule or accelerators, which are provided by co-stimulating molecules like CD80, 86, which give T cells proper stimuli to undergo activation. But we know that pathogens are diverse, whether it's bacteria, virus, fungi, but also we need diverse immune responses so that we can tackle these pathogens efficiently. That signal is given by signal 3, which are cytokines. Under the influence of various diverse cytokines, for example, interferon gamma, IL-4, TGF-beta, or all these cytokine combination, the CD4 T cells undergo either effector like T helper 1, T helper 2, TH17. But in mammals, many other subsets are identified like T helper 22, TH9, and so many. But in the birds, the 3 subsets are identified. Or it can also lead to immunoregulators, which are regulated T cells. I will come back a little bit later. So human homeostasis, that means proper immune response, ensures that body is protected from the infection and to ensure disease-free status of a body, organism. Importantly, the advances which made in understanding of molecular basis of immune response, various molecular biology technologies that have been developed, all helped in to conceive various immunotherapeutics, vaccines and vaccine delivery system, all help towards better health of birds. A virus cannot infect an organism without a receptor. So all viruses have a receptor, and with the interaction with the host receptor, a virus can infect. It's not a new mechanism or new information, because poultry breeders have been using these resistant poultry strains which are resistant to Marek disease or even leukosis virus. It's already in process. And also in human and other mammals, the variations or mutations in virus receptors that may lead to either enhanced susceptibility, or resistance to the virus infection, all well known and well documented. You know, as you know that CRISPR-Cas9 technology has been efficiently used since a long time to create either point mutation, either knockout or knock-in, to create large number of mouse strains, which are mostly used for research purposes. In addition, the CRISPR-Cas9 technology also entered clinical trials in human for various cancers or for genetic diseases like thalassemia, sickle cell disease, and have promising results. Importantly, all these inventions led to Nobel Prize for Jennifer Doudna from California and French scientist Emmanuel Charpentier. And in poultry, this technology has been used to create poultry lines resistant to avian leukosis virus and avian influenza virus. In this case, the tryptophan 38 amino acid of of chicken NSE1 receptor, which is receptor for the avian leukosis virus J strain, has been mutated by CRISPR-Cas9. And as you can see here, as compared to the homozygous knockout strain, compared to wild type or heterozygous lines, the totally knockout strain are totally resistant to virus infection as well as totally resistant for tumor. Similarly, the technique was used of CRISPR-Cas9 for influenza A virus, avian influenza A virus. You all already listened to the previous speaker about implication of this virus. Avian influenza virus polymerases, they rely exclusively on chicken ANP32A family for the replication. Therefore, the CRISPR-Cas9 technology was used to create the mutation in key amino acids that are critical for the interaction of avian influenza A polymerases. The graph is, the figure is quite complicated, but don't want to go too much detail. Importantly, when this the knockout strains for two key amino acids in ANP32A, what scientists have observed that there was some breakthrough infection, particularly when the chickens were infected with high dose of influenza A virus. Though when analysis of those strains, it was found that escape viruses could have mutations in polymerase gene, in polymerases, which co-opted the alternative ANP32 family members, that is chicken ANP32B and 32E. Therefore, the viruses, those pickup mutations may cause breakthrough infection and get dangerous for animals and humans, possibly a source of in the future any pandemic. Therefore, all this data suggested that single mutation may not be sufficient in ANP32A to create resistant strain for influenza. Rather, we probably need total knockout of 32A, B, and E. Although strains were not developed, it is in a cell line model. When compared to total knockout cell lines, where you can see bottom, the double knockout strains were still able to support viral infection. But on the other hand, total knockout cell lines were resistant to the avian influenza virus infection. Therefore, possibly we can generate more robust, by using this technology, robust chicken line resistant to chicken influenza virus, and also it would support One Health concept. The major question is, are we ready, whether the government is ready, whether the public is ready to receive genetically modified chickens? That is the big question mark we need to discuss later. As I mentioned earlier, the pattern recognition receptors play an important role in mounting early immune responses, to also to dictate the state of immune response in the long run. Among pattern recognition receptors, toll-like receptors play a key role. They are evolutionary conserved molecules present across the species, whether it's human, birds, or mammals, or even in the insects. And they are important for interlinking innate and adaptive immunity and to polarize specific T cell responses. With the exception of a couple of points here, more or less the system in birds and mammals quite similar. Birds have TLR1AB, TLR2AB, 3, 4, 5, 7, 15, and 21. They don't have TLR8 like in mammals, and also TLR9 is absent. Otherwise, the pattern of molecule they recognize, like riboproteins, RNA, or LPS, flagellin, they are all quite similar as compared to mammals. So overall, system works similarly in human as well as other mammals and poultry. Some TLRs are extracellular. For example, TLR 1, 2, 3, 2, 4, 5, and 15. On the other hand, 3, 7, 21 are intracellular, so that some extracellular pathogens and intracellular pathogens can be recognized. By interaction, they lead to activation of distinct signaling pathways, TRAP6 leading to NF-kappa B, or interferon regulatory factor 3 leading to interferon responses, cytokines, and also pro-inflammatory responses. Because of their ability to induce high innate immune responses, TLR ligands have been used as prophylactic agents to prevent viral infections. In this case, CPG, which is TLR 21, and poly-IC TLR 3 agonists were used in a chicken to examine their ability to prevent H9N9 avian influenza virus transmission. As you see here, I'm sorry that mouse indicator is not working, I think, no? Pointer is, yeah. Yeah. As you can see here, either single poly-IC or CPG or double combination of the two TLR agonists. By day 7 or day 9, oral shedding is totally prevented. And similarly, cloacal shedding is almost totally inhibited. In addition, both the TLR ligands significantly induce antiviral immune responses, like for example, interferon alpha, interferon beta, and interferon gamma. And has TLR ligands affect various immunological processes that are critical for boosting immune responses, TLR ligands have been used as adjuvants in vaccines, which are able to upregulate MSC molecules and costimulatory molecules on innate immune cells, enhance phagocytosis of the antigens, they enhance cause presentation, and also increase survival of T cells and memory responses. It's just an example of the use of various TLR ligands used in various antigens like NDV, avian influenza virus, or HVT, and all of them invariably led to enhanced immunoglobulin production, IgY, for example, reduce the tumor incidence following MDV challenge, or reduce the morbidity and mortality. The advancement in immunological techniques also helped in advancement of vaccine formulations and vaccine technologies. If you inject, for example, any inactivated vaccines or live vaccines to the body, it will be seen kind of a diluted because it is accessible to each and every immune system of the body, whether dendritic cells, macrophages, monocytes, every immune cell can get. In that case, dendritic cells, which are more important for antigen presentation because they are the key antigen presenting cells to induce primary immune responses, and also they are the only innate immune cells which have ability to get the antigen in the periphery and to migrate to the T cell area of the lymphoid organs. In this case, when we give vaccine directly into the body, amount of antigen dendritic cells can be get is almost diluted, and a portion of the antigen they can get. Instead, if we are able to target dendritic cells directly, we can think of getting more immune responses. In this case, dendritic cells specifically express CD83, one of the specific markers on them, and was targeted by recombinant DNA technology, wherein the recombinant H9HA antigen was coupled with single chain variable fragment of antigen antibody, which is specific of CD83, so that H9 recombinant HA coupled with single chain variable antibody chain of CD83 and was injected in mouse. And importantly, you can see that at later time point, day 14, 21, 28, the immune response obtained whether by inactivated vaccine or recombinant this new vaccine are similar, but early response, particularly IgM and also IgY responses, quite dramatic. So by using such technology, we can reduce the early outbreak of an infection. In addition, compared to inactivated vaccine, this recombinant vaccine led to higher the virus neutralization titers, and also this vaccine could break or could overcome the interference of maternally derived antibodies. In the beginning, day 14, the antibody response was higher than inactivated vaccines, although for next 2 weeks, antibody response gone down, but later on, by first month onwards, it constantly increased. Thus, CD80 targeting approach represents a powerful approach in poultry vaccination to reduce the growth of or the requirement of live virus to grow and to make a vaccine. With this, we can also avoid spilling of any virus to the atmosphere. mRNA vaccine, I don't think I need any explanation here because mRNA vaccines played a key role to prevent in protecting millions of lives during early COVID pandemic, particularly in USA and Europe. Fittingly, Dave Weissman and Katalin Kariko won Nobel Prize last year for this great work. In a simplistic manner, mRNA vaccine contains 5' cap, 5' UTR region, open reading framework, 3' UTR, and polyethylene mixed with the lipid nanoparticles and injected. RNA gets expressed as a protein and then get immune response. It's unthinkable to think that to believe that it's not explored in poultry. But last year, a paper was published on mRNA vaccine against influenza virus. So in this case, at highest dose, which was used here, 25 microgram of mRNA vaccine, the immune response HI titer was similar to that of inactivated vaccine. And importantly, compared to inactivated vaccine, that cellular response, in this case interferon gamma, both in spleen and peripheral blood was significantly higher. However, the virus load in multiple organs, they are quite similar between the inactivated vaccines and then the mRNA vaccine. But again, the important is that because it's mRNA vaccine, because it could induce high cellular immune responses, so it could efficiently prevent the viral infections compared to inactivated vaccines. Immune response is not always a positive or a stimulation. If you continue to have a positive stimuli, what would happen? We will get pathology. It's just like driving a car without a brake. It invariably leads to crash. So we need the checkpoint or regulators to make sure that immune response does not cross the boundary. In this case, a specialized subset of T lymphocytes called regulatory T cells play an important role in keeping check the immune response. The regulatory T cells, they originate from the thymus, and also they can be obtained in the periphery, which are called peripheral derived Tregs. The data is from human. They are versatile immunoregulators. You name any immune cell in the body, each and every immune cell is under the control of regulatory T cell. Exception is basophil, which we reported 5 years back, where instead of suppressing, Tregs induce activation of the basophils. Otherwise, each and every immune cell is under the control of the Tregs. In birds, the Tregs have been identified, although not characterized compared to mammals and human. Most of the organs, they contain Tregs, and also they inhibit the proliferation of the effector or T cells compared to non-Tregs. Regarding expression of the various regulatory molecules like GITR, CTLA4, LAG, FOXP3, IL-10, TGF-beta, they are quite similar to that of mammalian. So system is conserved across the species. Although regulatory T cells important for reducing the autoimmunity, inflammation, and also to increase the protection from immunopathology, they can reduce protective immune response to infection and vaccine because they are immunosuppressors. In birds, it has been reported that in congenital avian leukocytosis virus infection leads to enhancement or activation of regulatory T cells in all the system organs, blood, thymus, spleen, and bursa. That also led to reduction of IL-2, enhanced secretion of enhanced expression of immunosuppressive cytokine IL-10. and enhanced TGF-beta, which is again immunosuppressive, and CTLA-4, which is the immunosuppressive checkpoint molecule on Tregs. Importantly, the poultry strains which are susceptible to Marek disease have shown increased expression of one of the Treg molecule, TGF-beta. So possibly we can use Treg molecule, that is TGF-beta, to segregate the strain which are susceptible or not susceptible, and we can go further for the breeding such lines. Because pathogens target regulatory T cells to enhance their activation proliferation, which in turn block all the immune responses, they are potential target to induce immune response to vaccines and infections. These are various approaches that are being tried in humans. Some clinical tests are going on, like depletion or blocking the migration, or even blocking the intracellular signaling pathways, or blocking their metabolism. We targeted the migratory properties of Tregs, wherein dendritic cells, when they receive activation from the infection or vaccine, they produce large amount of chemokines, CCL17 and 22, which attracts FOXP positive regulatory cells, which express CCR4, and then after migration, they block dendritic cell activation. So we hypothesize that if you block this migration at the time of vaccination or infection, by using small molecule antagonists to CCR4, so that regulatory T cells are not depleted and their function is not compromised, we can get better immune responses. So by in silico approach, we identify small molecule antagonists to CCR4. Experimentally, we tested them. They are functional. And in various vaccination models, influenza, hepatitis B, or tuberculosis, or tumor vaccine, all they acted as a potent adjuvants. And at the interface between anti-pancreatic cells and T cells, it's a interaction between various co-stimulating molecules. In addition, there are checkpoint molecules like CTLA-4, TIGIT, PD-1, TIM3, of which PD-1, PD-ligand 1 attain lot of attention in human because of their sensational results in treating cancer patients. Blocking. So I will go further. The PD-1 PD-ligand interaction, because of the activation of SHIP1 molecules, they prevent activation of effector T cell responses. And even pathogens, it has been shown that they target PD-1 PD-ligand nexus to induce immunosuppressive nature. And chickens, they do express PD-1 and PD-ligand molecules when they are infected with Marek disease. Although protein level is, we don't know, but it's at least at the molecular level, it is sure that chickens express checkpoint molecules. Possibly, we can think of PD-ligand inhibitors in poultry like human, but economic feasibility is a major issue. So last two slides. Immunity in a bird or any species governed by genetics, epigenetics, environmental factors, nutrition, stress, and also gut microflora. Healthy gut, we will have a more talk future. So helps in improve the gut morphology, to protect, has a protective barrier, and also strong immune system. All helps in better performance, improved welfare parameters, and also stronger natural defense parameters. I hope I have convinced you that fundamental immunology plays an important role to convince or to conceive immunotherapeutics, vaccines, adjuvants, the delivery systems, microbiota, which helps in to create, to make sure of healthy chickens, biosecurity of the poultry products, reduce non-use of antibiotics, decline antibiotic resistance, and increase production. But with one caution, compared to human immunology or also mouse, veterinary immunology, including poultry, at least 2 or 3 decades back. So unless we fill this gap, I don't think One Health program will be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bailey, for the wonderful presentation. I think I'm sure a lot of questions will be there. We shall take the questions at the end of the session. Thank you, Dr. Bailey. Next speaker will be speaking on salmonella prevention. Professor Pavel Horky.
Brief introduction about Professor Pavel Horky. Professor Pavel Hockey did his MSc and PhD from Jack University of Life Sciences, Prague. Currently, he's working in the Department of Animal Nutrition and Forest Production, Mendel University in Brno, Czech Republic. His research areas and expertise are animal nutrition, animal physiology, animal production, meat quality, and feed technology. To his credit, he has around 95 publications with more than 1,000 citations. So here we have Professor Pavel Hockey.
Okay, thank you very much for your introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very pleasure to stay here and be here and presentation for you. And also, thank you very much for this conference. So my topic is salmonella prevention by using short and medium chain fatty acids. Let me introduce a few words about my faculties, my university. I am from Department Animal Nutrition and Forage Production. Maybe sorry. Oh. I have some question. Where is Czech Republic? This is very good question. This is a Middle Europe. We can say also this is it's maybe maybe later. Yes, sorry. Is the like Hertz Europe? This is very small country. We have only 10 million people, and poultry market it's about 25 million, and we have a very small market when I compare to Czech Republic and India. This is very long journey. So, Mendel University is a relatively small university. We have about 10,000 students. You can see our campus. We have another building. We have biotechnology centrum. We have a specific experimental space for research. We have five faculties. Agri-sciences faculties, forest faculties, and also business and economic faculties. So, very famous for students are these study programs. It's agriculture, applied ecology, applied food technology, and biotechnology. I have to say, so biotechnology is now very most popular for students. Only agri-sciences faculty has about 2,200 students. So very popular are animal sciences, poultry, pigs, cattle, equine, production, reproduction, nutrition. This is my topic, welfare and behavior, and organic husbandry. So also plant production is also very necessary for us. Phytotechnics, plant production, agri-technology, and now we have a new program, it's agro-business. Also, we have to applied ecology, waste management, land management, and soil protect, and agroecology, and I say about biotechnology. And this is my colleague, this is the vice rector to Mendel University. So food technology, we are very close to animal technology and food technology. We can produce ourselves to cheese, for example. We produce also some sausage. Everything we have on the one department. So scientific and research activities of our research team. So we have now we are currently working to new generation adaptogenic substances because in Europe start very huge problem, and this is heat stress in not only on the poultry. This is also heat stress in animal commonly, and we develop a new premix about with the herbs and for the reduced heat stress. We also developed target and encapsulation form from the transport to active substances. Essential oil, very huge team is mycotoxins elimination. We are also currently working about to reduce mycotoxins and endotoxins in animal nutrition. Nanotechnology in nutrition, this is a topic to my colleagues also. We are also working short, medium chain fatty acids, esters. I will talking about it. And now is not only in the Europe, in the whole world, is microplastic detection, because the microplastic continue increase concentration plastic, microplastic, and nanoplastic in in agronomy, in agri-sciences. So also developed to GPS color. This is primary, not for poultry. This is primary for the cattle. And it's necessary for us. It's very close cooperation with our commercial partners, because we don't want only produce a research article. We have to also transfer to results from research to practice. This is absolutely necessary for us. So let me introduce our team very shortly, because our team have about 20 members research. This is very, very maybe key person to our team. And so Salmonella and present and prevention. Yeah, this is today's topic. So Salmonella is the second most common zoonotic disease after Campylobacteriosis in European Union. Salmonella enters to host via the oral route and colonizate the tract. So infection load depends on the several factors. Immunity, this is absolutely number one. Environment and stress can be on stress, bad hygiene, can be also heat stress, and stress has a problem with the stress when it's the cumulated. Yeah. And older birds are less sensitive when we compare to old and young birds. So Salmonella enteritis decrease urinal villi, height, and crepe depth. And young animals are most sensitive, and clinical symptoms are primary in the young animals: diarrhea, lethargy, reduced feed intake, weight loss, and decrease of fertility. So you can see a last report from European Union, and we can see mean prevalence in poultry, and here we can see to interval. So very big problem is to Turkey. Its interval is about to 0 to 50%. Yeah, Turkey is commonly very problematic. So foods associated with the Salmonella, poultry, maybe 50%. Yeah, absolutely. The main source to Salmonella, poultry 29, eggs 18%, pork, beef, and another, you can see this directly percent. So when we compare two types to Salmonella in the broiler, is absolutely number one is Salmonella enteritidis and Salmonella infantinis. So in this diagram, you can see develop to a research article on the last year. So Salmonella research about Salmonella start about 1990 and rapidly increase on this year. Yeah, so Salmonella enteritidis, this is the data, official data from Web of Science. Yeah, now is Salmonella very hot topic. So in Europe, we have also problem with very high consumption to antibiotics. You can see compared to data from 2012 and 2021, and this is only maybe 8 countries in Europe. And the last claim we can choose a change in the percent. Yeah. Now currently is rapidly pressure from government reduce using antibiotics in European Union. We can see a lot of countries decrease about 20, 50, 40 and more percent. Maybe Spain and Poland now is rapidly also increase. This is data from the 2021 when I checked data, and about 23 also Spain rapidly decrease using the antibiotics. So on this diagram, this is also official data from Web of Science, and we can see to develop articles about shortly medium chain fatty acids, and rapidly also the research, we can say the research start about 1991 and also increased on this currently time. Short medium chain fatty acids. So this is very important. We use it, and this very, very special because the substances can escape to gastric digestibility and continue to intestine. So benefit is to keep to integrity and also the homeostasis. So moreover, they have a broad spectrum activity against gram-negative and gram-positive bacteria, Salmonella, Campylobacter in Clostridium. So on this diagram, we can see a mechanism. So short chain fatty acids break to membrane and go inside to bacteria, decrease pH, and this leads to destabilization whole cells and start the dead cells. So let me introduce our research. We have we had 180 broilers and 6 experimental groups. The first group was like negative control, without treatment, without infection. The second group was negative control with treatment 0.7 kg ton. It's 40 buck. Yeah, 40 buck is the mixed chain fatty acids, and this is the completely content is trade secret. And another groups, third, fourth, 5th, 6th was also treatment with commercial premix. So whole experiment was 23 days, and on the 4th days was 7 broilers infection. We say like the cedars, and we choose, and 7 animals from each group were slaughtered on the 4, 18th, and 19 days post day infection. So we do this analyze. It's a total number Salmonella enteritidis in cecum, delectate, serum amyloid. This is like the marker for inflammation and the gene expression of cytokinase. So on this table, you can see first results. It's 4-day post-infection, 18 and 19 days. We can see so in the 4th day post-infection, it's significant different on the 18. We can say so the premix with the short and chain fatty acids reduce Salmonella enteritidis in cecum. So in this diagram, number A, it's you can see the D-lactate, and this is number B is level of CAA in cecum. We can see different results in number second group without infection, only with the premix, and it's significant different with the control group and also group number 6. So this is results about gene expression. We observed 2 T junction protein and also another genes for implementation in organism. So we can say conclusion, groups 4, 5, and 6, when we use premix with short and medium fatty acids, reduce salmonella enteritis in cecum, and also we observe some markers which increase it and improve good integrity quality. So I have to say thank you, our members of animal team, animal nutrition in our department, also to groups, ADICO group, also ADICO groups, and very thanks. I have to say also the research project from Technology Agency in Czech Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Pawan. We'll take the questions later.
Okay. Thank you.
I call upon Dr. Marisabel Caballero.
Introducing Dr. Marisabel Caballero. She is a global technical manager poultry in EW Nutrition located at Germany. So EW Nutrition is an animal nutrition company that offers integrators, feed producers, and farmers comprehensive animal nutrition solutions for gut health management, feed quality, and young animal nutrition, and so on. And Dr. Marisabel Caballero has vast experience in dealing with mycotoxins in poultry, heat stress, non-poultry, and pig nutrition. May I welcome Dr. Marisabel, please.
I have to. Oh. Now I have it. And I requested this microphone because probably if I stand here, you will just not be able to see me. So, well, first, thanks to all. I hope I don't take so much time from you. Please let me know. Thank you so much. And I feel honored today to speak with you and for you about some nutritional challenges that we find every day in poultry production, and a couple of ways in which we can tackle them. So let's start very quickly. I have an outline here, and first we will talk about some challenging events in poultry production. Then we will focus in 3 of them. First, it will be microbial feed quality and how it can interfere with gut health. Then it will be, my favorite topic, as who presented me mentioned. We will talk about mycotoxins and how they influence gut health and performance in breeders. We will focus, but we will talk a little bit about broilers too. And then we will go for stress. Really any stressful event that you can imagine or you can think about and not really quantify. Because this is the other thing that we have. Many times we just don't know why performance is dropping, and we are not able to find the cause. So we will talk about these types of events and how, let's say, some nutritional interventions can help here. And finally, we will go through some concluding remarks. Well, this in hopefully 20 minutes. So we will go a little bit quickly, and we will be a little bit general, because if we go for the details, then we can speak here 3 days altogether. But let's start with some challenges that we find both first in broilers and then in layers and breeders. So what we can see here is that the lives of the animals that we raise or that we produce are really full of challenging events. Let's start with the feed. What do we feed them? Is it of good quality? Is it having anti-nutritional factors? Bacterial contamination? Feed form is right? Do we have toxins? By the way, how is the quality of our water, which is our principal nutrient? And then, how are we dealing with changes? How are we dealing with prices of raw materials. All of these at the end represent a challenge, represent a stress factor that can repercute in the animal. Well, this goes, of course, for broilers, breeders, layers, any animal that you can think about. Then, when we are in the field, we need to think about biosecurity, we need to think about management, we need to think about the microbiome at the starting of the life of the animals. We need to think about coccidiosis at some point. We need to think about dysbiosis, necrotic enteritis. We need to think about changes in, let's say, the hormonal profile when we have hens. We need to think about increase in feed intake because we need an increase in egg production. And we need to think about getting old. What happens when the hens do get old? So all of this can have consequences in the physiology of the animals, and these consequences require resources. Where are these resources coming from? Okay, from here, from the feed, and then these resources are not going here to productivity, but to somehow deal with these challenges. So let's start with the first one we want to talk about. We want to talk about microbial feed quality and gut health. So let's place ourselves in a feed mill. When we receive raw material, what do we think about? Of course, the quality. And inside the quality, we need to think about the microbial quality of this raw material. What if it's contaminated with, well, spores of Clostridium, like some raw materials of animal origin can be? What if it's contaminated with other toxins? But we are focusing now in microbial quality. So I wanted to show you a study, well, let's say a survey that Rebecca Gosling directed, and she was having the results of 12,000 samples of 22 feed mills in the UK. What they did, okay, they tested for salmonella. Salmonella, like Dr. Pavel, I think, right, mentioned, is one of the main concerns in Europe and everywhere. So it is good to test for. And in this case, they found that in these 22 feed mills, okay, some raw materials are coming with contamination. So yes, testing raw material quality makes sense. Then second, they were also finding that pelleting is not really getting rid of this contamination with salmonella. We even find a more frequency of contaminated samples in the cooler, in the crumble, or in the coater. That means that, okay, after pelleting, there is a big chance for recontamination. And finally, what they also found is that, okay, in the finished product areas, not in the finished product, but in the areas, also they could find some contamination with salmonella. It is not shown here, but the areas that had the highest contamination, of course, is raw material reception, so environment, and the environment outside the feed mill, because you also have, let's say, plagues, birds, and so on, that can bring the contamination. So what to do against this? Well, we have different options, like formaldehyde, which is still used in many countries. When it's used safely, it is safe. But there are also organic acids that can help. So in this case, what we are showing here is how formaldehyde can reduce the bacterial load in feed. For example, when we talk about E. coli, Clostridium perfringens, and also salmonella, and that it can have a steady effect in the long term. So it can bring safer feed for the animals. Then we jump very quickly into the second challenge that we were talking about, and we will jump into mycotoxins. Well, this is a big topic, I think. And in this case, I wanted to show you, let's say, 3 studies. One of them is from EW Nutrition, and I participated in all of the stages. This one is, let's say, a recompilation that Colabole made, and it is a recompilation of the control groups in 17 different studies. So what they did is to compare this group with each other in terms of performance, in this case, in terms of FCR, and see if the mycotoxin contamination was influencing FCR or not. And it was. So what they found out is the groups that had the highest FCR also had the highest contamination in terms of deoxynivalenol, fumonicins, plus eniantins and DAS. So what we can find is that at the end of the day, if you start at 1,000 ppbs of DON, for every 100 ppbs more, you can, or let's say, the FCR can be reduced by also 2 points. And I think this is a very important finding because we have ways to reduce the contamination that goes to the animal. We have ways to redirect even some raw materials to less susceptible species. Also, I wanted to point out that now the EFSA release other 2 guidance, but they are not in the official guidance. So let's say 2 new risk assessment papers in which it is recommended to lower the guidance levels of DON and fumonicin. Why is that? Because they can be related with gut health issues in poultry, such as coccidiosis and necrotic enteritis. Good. Now, this is a case study, and I really like this one because it was pure data collected in the field. Oops. Is that what I can tell you about? Okay, so what happened here? So Giancarlo Bosso and, oh, no, this is not it. Sorry. This one. So in this one, Giancarlo Bosso gave us a case report. And this case report is very interesting because they found, well, they had some laying hens, and they were producing eggs with a content of omega-3 fatty acids. So they were fed with linseed meal. And in this case, everything was very nice until around week 43, I think, in which suddenly production dropped from 95 to 68%. So this is alarming in any operation, correct? Good. So they were suspecting about the linseed because other houses that were not producing these omega-3 fatty acid eggs were not having this issue. So they withdraw the raw material, and yes, production recovered. At the end, you need to comply with your customers, so they put the linseed linseed meal back, and again, production dropped to 70%, and mortality increased at week 50. So all of this happened in the course of around 10 to 12 weeks. So we can see that even if it's not a really high contamination, because here are the levels of ochratoxin and aflatoxin in the liver, which were the mycotoxins that they found, then it can affect performance. And it did affect performance in this operation. They also found mycotoxin residues, both in liver and kidney. So in this case, they could really put the issue on the consequence. Also, they did histopathology. Well, the hens were also pale, anemic. The kidneys were inflamed and pale, and so on. So this was another case. In this farm, or in the case, it is not accounted if they did something later on, but I will tell you another experiment in which we did something. So in this case, what we did is to make an intermittent challenge in layer breeders of also aflatoxin and ochratoxin. These are the levels, so 100 ppbs of each mycotoxin. In this case, they are higher. And what we did is to have challenge intervals of 10 days in which we will give the mycotoxin contaminated feed, and non-challenge intervals of 21 days in which the mycotoxin contaminated feed was withdrawn. We did 3 challenge intervals and 2 non-challenge. So let's see what happened, and it's super interesting. Why is that? Because first challenge interval, nothing happened. So the hens could take 10 days of mycotoxin contaminated feed without dropping performance. That's nice, right? But what started to happen in the first non-challenge interval? We see a slight numerical drop in productivity. And how many times do we see this in farms or in poultry operations? Then we went to the second challenge interval, and then you could see, or we could see, a significant drop in performance in this case, and so on. So from the first non-challenge interval in which there was a slight reduction in performance, we could see later on that performance was dropped. And in the course of the 72 days that we had in the trial, well, we lost a couple of eggs. So from 79 to 70, to 69 to 67 eggs per hen house. Then what happened with other parameters? Let's remember that these are layer breeders. Fertility, oops, okay. Fertility, yes, was significantly affected since the first challenge interval. So something happened when we translated the file to the other laptop, but okay, let's just continue. Then fertility was affected in all the intervals. So we did only 3 incubation trials after the first challenge interval, after the first non-challenge interval, and at the end of the trial. Other thing that was very interesting is that the hatch of fertile eggs was not affected in the first challenge interval. So you will not see anything in the hatchability, so in the hatch of fertile, but as fertility was already affected, total hatchability dropped as well. So that was very interesting. But what was even more interesting is that the progeny chickens were also negatively affected with a higher mortality, slightly higher mortality at day 10, and a lower body weight at day 10 as well. But I have not told you yet that the magic of this is by using an anti-mycotoxic product, so a toxic mitigation product, all of these effects could be reverted. So nothing, it's not that nothing happened, but when you use the right solution at the right dose, less can happen. Then finally, let's go to the last part, and we will talk a little bit about stress. In here is very good to know, and I think this is a blessing to the industry, that genetic selection has been super efficient. Genetic selection has provided with a very high potential for production, with an excellent feed efficiency, and of course, with financial profitability for producer most of the time. I would not say always, but most of the time. Also, because of this, we have affordable and valuable nutrients to a growing population, so we can provide eggs and poultry meat to a growing population. However, to have or to be able to go for this high potential, we need to work on environmental management. We need to work on nutrition and feed quality. We need to have very good health programs. And I think that you are amazing doing that because they are based on prevention. And of course, gut health could be always an issue. So that's why any failure in these factors, well, can be a factor, a stress that spends additional resources from the animals, that can hinder gut health, and that can lower productivity. And I really like that this was mentioned before by two speakers, by Professor DeWitt, who said, okay, stress can be a factor, or different, different challenges can be a factor. And also by another doctor whose name I forgot in this moment, but it starts with H. And that also mentioned that to keep antimicrobial resistance at, let's say, at low levels, or hopefully to one time really tackle that problem, we really need to work in different different areas. So that's why, good. Okay, 2 slides. And that's why in this case, we can see that there are different feed interventions that can improve gut health when we talk about poultry production. Oh, it's not 2, it's more. And so let's go very quickly. That these gut health programs can improve performance in breeders, for example. So in this case, we could have 9.4 more hatching eggs per hen house due to an intervention based on phytogenics. And the same intervention led us to 12 more day-old chicks per hen house with a higher hatchability. Also, this was basically because we had better persistency in laying. And this also had a very good effect in day-old chick quality, having a higher total antioxidant capacity in the serum of the day-old chicks. Finally, what has happened with AGPs? We have used AGPs a lot to reduce stress factors in poultry production. And these are the, well, I made a review with different review articles, I would say, of how have the improvements with AGPs been so far. So, for example, between the 60s and the 80s, we had higher improvement both in FCR and, sorry, in body weight and in FCR than later in the 80s and then later in the 2000s. So this improvement gap has been reduced. I think first due to the genetic improvement. I think also due to the more standardization of the industry. And we are finally understanding that biosecurity and good practices pay off. However, if we think about phasing out antibiotic growth promoters, well, like I mentioned before, there are different options that we can have. But I also have an analysis of 21 broiler trials against an unsupplemented control that we did with a phytogenic feed additive. And in this case, grouping the control groups by performance, and the performance was, let's say, assessed or estimated by the EPEF. Then in low-performing birds, we could have a higher difference than in high-performing birds. Still, both in low and high-performing birds, we could, let's say, increase the performance with the use of this feed additive to reduce the effects of these unknown stress factors that we have. So I have some details about the trial, but I think the trials, and I think you will be able to read them in the memories of the event. And finally, we have nutritional strategies to reduce the consequences of this stress. And in this way, we can help, or we can get closer to allow the expression of the production potential that we have today in poultry production. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Calabro. Now, all the speakers have completed their task, and now it is for you. If you have any questions, may I invite all the speakers to take the questions from the audience, if any.
So I stay here.
Any questions, please?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I have a question for Dr. Barry.
It's a good idea to edit the or mutate the receptors and make the strain, whatever the strain is coming, resistant to some diseases. But will it allow the other viruses which are not attacking a bird now, will you allow to attach those viruses and maybe a new disease will come?
May not. Yeah, it may not, but because all viruses have a specific receptor. So whatever strain you make is specific for one virus family. So we have hundreds of viruses, so that is left to the breeder depending on the endemic nature of the country. So go with that particular knockout.
One question from
yes.
my side. I have a question, sir. What about the DNA damage it does it to DNA, sir?
It may not.
And, we are immensely grateful to you, sir, for conducting and chairing the session very systematically. Our sincere thanks to Dr. Nagalakshmi, Mr. Selvam Kannan for co-chairing the session. Thank you to reporters of the session, Dr. Giriraj Goyal and Dipashri Deshpande. We are really grateful to all our distinguished speakers, Professor Islam, Dr. Barry, Professor Hockey, and Dr. Marshall Caballero for their wonderful presentation. Thanks to Dr. A. Renada, sir, for doing the honor to give away the mementos to our panelists. Thank you to all the delegates, participants, students for the interaction and for being present here, because without good listeners, we can never have a successful technical session like this. And also inquisitiveness brings innovativeness. Thank you one and all. And we'll not have a break, I think. The technical session 3 will start right after this.
Good afternoon to all of you. So,
due to the time constraint, we will not have the break here, but tea and coffee is served there. You can take coffee and come back here and take that. So that will be fine so that we can save some time.
so good afternoon to all of you. So now I welcome you all for this third technical session. So now I'll invite the chairman for the session. I invite Dr. Aniket Sannal, Director, National Institute of High Security Animal Disease, Bhopal, and co-chairman, Dr. Atul P. Dhok, Associate Professor of Animal Nutrition, Nagpur Veterinary College, and co-chairman, Dr. Syam Vane, Business Manager, HIPRA India Private Limited, Pune, Maharashtra, and the rapporteurs for this session, Dr. Suma N, Assistant Professor, Animal Nutrition, Bangalore Veterinary College, and Dr. Sangeeta Sharma. Give 10 minutes time to them. Collect the from that.
Sorry, just we can wait for 5 minutes and then we can start. Let them come, so we can wait for 5 minutes. So that will be fine.
Dr. Anandan. That is the first announcement. And second announcement is regarding the students competition. So tomorrow there is an exclusive session for student session. So I encourage you to participate. The topics are going to be very basic. So you need not have any reservations. Please come forward and participate in large numbers and make it a grand success. So see you there at the registration desk. Thank you.
So welcome back after the tea break. So now we'll be starting the third technical session. So to chair the session, may I now request Dr. Aniket Sanyal, Director, National Institute of High Security Animal Diseases, Bhopal, and co-chair, Dr. Atul P. Dhok, Associate Professor of Animal Nutrition, Nagpur Veterinary College, and co-chair, Dr. Shyam Vane, Business Manager, HIPRA India Private Limited, Pune, Maharashtra. And I also request the reporters for this technical session, Dr. Suma N. and Dr. Sangeeta Sharma. And now I request the chairman, sir, to take over the session. And we have this presentation. So over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Soren. So without much formality, I think a lot of students, that cultural evening, that program, they are waiting here for last 3 hours. So without much formality, we'll start the program. So with me, my co-chair, Dr. Atul Dhok, Dr. Shyam Vane, and my reporters are Kuldeep Deshpande and Sangeeta Sharma. So in this session, this technical session, first speaker is Dr. Meong Siam Kim. So he'll be talking on intestinal diseases control for breeders.
So I'll just give a brief introduction of Dr. Kim. So he is working as regional technical marketing specialist at HIPRA Poultry, Spain. He expertises in laboratory diagnosis, development of vaccine, management of animal experiment. So now I welcome you, sir, to give the talk.
I will request all the speakers to be brief and try to finish in 10 minutes time, maybe 12 minutes, and then 3-minute discussion we can have.
Thank you for a nice introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm here to talk about intestinal disease for breeders. Regarding the management of a breeder, what is the most hardest things? It is managing breeders' body weight. Why? Because everyone wants to keep breeders' body weight into optimal range, because if there is a lighter breeder, there will be the postpone or delay of sexual maturity, and if the breeder is heavier than optimal range, they cannot produce many of chicks. So to get maximum benefit from the breeder flock, it is very important to keep the optimal range of body weight. Intestinal disease, it is the disease directly affect to body weight. So I think regarding the productivity of a breeder, intestinal disease is the most important disease. Okay, breeder is a bird producing chicks. So if I needed to divide intestinal disease, especially for infectious disease, I think whether it is a vertical transmitted disease or not is very important. Because if there is a vertical transmitted disease, there is a serious economic loss will happen. So regarding the vertically transmitted disease, there are two categories. One is salmonellosis. The other one is viral enteric disease causing Rotting-Stunting syndrome. The other one is, although there is no vertical transmission, but the disease can affect the body weight directly. So I think the most important intestinal disease is coccidiosis, considering its pathogenicity. And the other one is causing lameness. Normally we say it is BCO. before talking about each disease, I'd like to emphasize is that intestinal, the lumen of intestine is full of the space with bacteria and virus. So once there is any damage on the intestinal layer, through the gap, all of the bacteria and virus can pass the thin layer of intestine, and also it can spread to the systemic through the blood vessel in intestinal cells. So one, I want to emphasize that all of intestinal disease is interconnected, because one disease make a whole, any other disease can go into the whole. Okay, first disease is salmonellosis. Regarding the poultry disease, we think the 4 cerebar is most important cerebar. It is Salmonella gallinarum, Pleuronum, Enteritidis, and TP murium, because to the system, and also it can transmit it through vertical, especially for paratyphoidic disease, as including enteritidis and TP murium. It is a food poisoning pathogen. Today I will talk about the disease prevention way, but one thing I want to emphasize is that biosecurity. In case of intestinal disease, because immune cell cannot go into a lumen of intestine, so biosecurity could be more important than vaccination. Especially for salmonella, salmonella is contaminating environment, and also it can survive in environment. Since it replicates in intestine, so it is not easy to eliminate through the immune cells. Also, because the salmonellosis is the lifelong infectious disease, or it can make chronic infection. So once a bird infected with salmonella, it can shed during their lifelong time. So disease control for salmonella just by vaccination, it is not possible. So biosecurity is very important. What is the role of vaccination? It is a kind of supportive control method for biosecurity. Once there is a contamination or infection of salmonellosis, it can get less clinical sign or short-term period of vertical transmission. If we see the pathogenesis of salmonella, we can see that the salmonella can move through macrophagy because they can live in macrophagy and they can survive in intercell. Because it is a kind of intercellular pathogen, so we may think that cellular immunity is very important. Yes, I agree. Cellular immunity is very important. But regarding the bacteria, I think humoral immunity is also very important. Major role of immunoglobulin from humoral immunity is that blocking the attachment side of pathogen, but there are another important role from immunoglobulin. For example, they can promote phagocytes by opsonization, and they can also activate complement, making the hole on the cell membrane of bacteria. And also, even the antibody can make a kind of cell-mediated cytotoxicity. So what I want to emphasize is that not only for cellular immunity, humoral immunity is very important, and they acting as a very important factor. If we see the list of the commercial vaccines, we can see that there are 4 kinds of vaccines. First one is Salmonella enteritis vaccine. Second one is TP murium vaccine. A third one is virulent vaccine with enteritis and TP murium. Last one is Salmonella gallinarum. In case of live vaccine, they have a good advantage regarding vaccination way, because normally we can use drinking water vaccination for Salmonella enteritis and TP murium, so it is easy, and also cost is cheaper than inactivated vaccines. Regarding safety issue, in case of Salmonella enteritis and TP murium vaccine, because of their multiple deletion of a mutation to ensure the safety, there is no problem of safety issue. But one thing I want to emphasize that regarding Salmonella gallinarum vaccine, maybe there could be some safety issue. I know Salmonella gallinarum 9R vaccine is very good vaccine, but there is although the possibility low, there is a safety issue. If you see the kind of papers, there is they are raising issue regarding virulence liberalism, after using of 9R vaccines. Also, the vaccine can show little pathogenicity and young bird. So if there is a horizontal transmission from vaccinate old flock to young flock, or another the house with young flock, there could be some issue. The other type of vaccine is inactivated vaccines. So usually those kinds of vaccine contains enteritidis, TP-murium, gallinarium, or even infantis. Sometimes many of another vaccine have this kinds of salmonella as an antigen of multivalent vaccines. Because these kinds of inactivated vaccine can provide cross protection for same serobar or same the somatic antigens. So it is good to prevent the multiple serobars altogether. The advantage of inactivated vaccine is that giving humoral immune response and also giving long-lasting immunity. So if you see the clinical experimental data using the enteritidis challenge, you can see that after twice of vaccination during lifetime, at 10 weeks and 70 weeks, we can see that if we do challenge study and 21st weeks old or 60 weeks old, we can see that it can provide very good protection, especially at ovary. Regarding breeder, the protection at the ovary is very important because it is the evidence can prevent vertical transmission. The disadvantage of inactivated salmonella vaccine could be the post-vaccine reaction. Serious post-vaccine reaction comes from lipopolysaccharide. So to reduce these kinds of post-vaccine reaction, there is a special the adjuvant. It is a double immersion adjuvant. So using these kinds of special adjuvant, we can decrease post-vaccine reaction significantly. The benefit of these kinds of adjuvant is that by eliminating post-vaccine reaction, we can give better fertility and we can give better body weight uniformity. So regarding the vaccine program, depending on disease pressure, I'd like to suggest three different vaccine program. First one is there is no salmonellosis of history in the farm. At that case, you don't need to get a potential risk introducing new salmonella. So I'd like to recommend twice of killed vaccine. If there is a salmonella history, although the possibility is not so high, or the priority could be a stable production. For that purpose, I'd like to recommend live vaccine and as a secondary a killed vaccine or inactivated vaccine. If the flock or the farm is contaminated farm, the priority could be lower the pressure of disease. So for the purpose, I can recommend live vaccination and then twice of killed vaccination. Sometimes people say that because to prevent Salmonella gallinarum, the containing Salmonella gallinarum, the vaccine could be better than the vaccine containing enteritidis or TP-murium. But it's not true. I'd like to show our clinical trial, experimental trial. So there I will compare two vaccination programs. First one is twice of 9R vaccine program, and the other one is the combination vaccine program with a 9R vaccine and killed vaccines. Okay, let's go to the bacterial load data. So if you see the bacterial load at the liver, spleen, and ovary, we can see that in case of live vaccine, although in case of that vaccine, although it can show recovery, but it takes a long time compared with a live and killed combination vaccines program. If you see the data at 3 weeks post-vaccination, 3 weeks post-challenge, you can see that a live killed vaccine showed better efficacy in terms of the bacterial load. Especially for ovary, it is very important data because it is associated with vertical transmission. You can imagine that if you use live vaccine program, even 3 weeks after challenge, we can see that still some amount of bacteria in ovary. But if we use live and killed combination vaccine program, at the 3rd week after vaccine challenge, you can see there is no anymore bacteria. So I want to emphasize that even for Salmonella gallinarum, live and killed vaccination program is very beneficial. Let's go to another the disease. It is a viral disease. Usually, when we say about Lunting-Stunting syndrome, we think that the causative agent is a Leovirus. But as time goes by, we find out that this is not only comes from Leovirus. There are several causative agents regarding Lunting-Stunting syndrome. There are a lot of enteric viruses. Those kinds of viruses has similar characteristics. So first, generally, they can make a clinical sign less than 3 weeks old. And also, because they show the varied pathogenicity by virus or management condition, so depending on the situation, farm situation, we can see different situation, the different symptoms or different economical loss. Although, because they usually enteric virus show similar clinical sign, it is very hard to know what is the main primary causative agent inside of the bacteria inside of intestine, because there could be a lot of co-infection in same intestine. The other one is that because their transmission way is fecal to oral route, so they are very strong against the environmental condition. So it is another the common characteristics of the enteric disease. When we think about enteric disease, we cannot say only one virus, because usually when they make Lunting-Stunting syndrome, it could be the co-infection with the various enteric virus. So the vaccination for only one disease is not effective. One thing I want to emphasize is that this kinds of enteric disease can interact with other diseases also. So if you see the data, co-infection, the co-infection with the Lunting-Stunting virus, and the other one is Emeria maxima. You can see that in terms of coccidiosis, if there is a co-infection with the viruses, enteric viruses and maxima, comparing it with the challenge with enteric Emeria maxima only, we can see the much higher incidence of coccidiosis. So I want to emphasize that all of intestinal disease are interconnected. So how we can prevent this kinds of viral disease? Unfortunately, there is no vaccination. So to prevent these kinds of disease, it is very important to control primary or trigger factor. What could be that? First, we need to concern about cleaning and disinfection. The other one is litter management, and also we need to control other disease can increase the prevalence of enteric viral disease. Second topic is coccidiosis. Regarding the coccidiosis, I will not explain in detail, but one thing I want to emphasize is that the coccidiosis is the disease, intestinal disease, shows the highest pathogenicity. Once there is the coccidiosis, because they will destroy the structure of intestinal cell or intestinal layer, so it will make a portal or hole for another bacterial disease. Regarding the relationship with coccidiosis and necrotic enteritis, it is very well known, but there is another relationship with salmonellosis or BCO. If you see this data, it will be very interesting for you. This researcher did a challenge study with a high dose of Salmonella enteritis with 10 to the power of 5 CFU or 10 to the 2 of CFU. They did a challenge study with co-infection with Emeria tenella. So this, the line showed the high challenge condition. It means the 10 to the power of 5, and this dot line showed the lower dose of challenge 10 to the power of 2. If you see this data, you can see that even the low challenge data, no challenge condition, with Salmonella enteritis and Salmonella, no, Emeria tenella, you can see the similar bacterial load with high challenge with Salmonella enteritis alone. It means that if there is a co-infection with two pathogens regarding the Salmonella, the viral bacterial load, it showed 1,000 times higher sensitivity, the inducing same result of bacterial load. So what I want to emphasize that again, the disease, intestinal disease is interconnected. If we can prevent one disease, we can prevent another disease, or we can mitigate another clinical sign from other disease. Regarding coccidiosis, major way is using anti-coccidial drug or vaccination. Regarding anti-coccidial, because of the resistance against anti-coccidial drugs, the efficacy is going down as time goes by. So people now people try to use vaccines. Regarding coccidiosis vaccine, there are two kinds of vaccine. One is attenuated vaccine, the other one is non-attenuated vaccine. Regarding the breeder's intestinal health, I'd like to recommend to use fully attenuated vaccine, because if you see the lesion score after using vaccination, because the vaccine is live vaccine, so there could be some lesion of some amount of lesion score after using vaccine, but if you use fully attenuated vaccine, you can see the immediate recovery of the lesion score. But if we use the non-attenuated vaccine or not well attenuated vaccine, you can see that consistent lesion score, so it can make a problem at the intestinal wall, and it can make a problem at the body weight uniformity. My last topic is BCO, bacterial chondronecrosis with osteomyelitis. If there is an intestinal disease, through this, the bacteria can go into the bloodstream. If there is the system infection of a bacteria, immune cell will clarify the bacterial load, the bacteria in the bloodstream or another site. But one site could be the final shelter of bacteria. It is the long bone. Because inside the long bone, because lack of the blood vessel, it is very hard to penetrate the immune cell. So it is not easy to expect good clearance of bacteria. So normally after systemic infection of bacteria, the bacteria can stay or settle down in the long bone, and they can make BCO, and the result is lameness.
Please conclude.
Yes. After BCO, we can see necrosis on the long bone, and it is the cause of the lameness. How we can control? Because there is no vaccine, we need to control predisposing factor again. So cleaning and disinfection, litter management, and control of other primary diseases like salmonellosis or coccidiosis. It is a summary. So rather than explain all of the things, I want to emphasize that intestinal diseases are interconnected. So if we can prevent one important disease, we can prevent another disease, or we can mitigate other intestinal diseases. So let's understand that issue. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Dr. Pradeep Linge. He will be talking on natural antiviral solution, their efficacy and potential against ND and IV in poultry.
I'll quickly give a short introduction of our speaker. Dr. Pradeep Linge is acting CEO, Green Micro Biosciences Private Limited, Pune, Maharashtra, India. He has over 4 decades of experience on poultry and dairy nutrition. He is the former director, Avivet Nutritional Services Private Limited, head of operations, techno-commercial in prominent industry players in South Asia and Southeast Asian countries. He is working on avian health and production. Please, sir.
First of all, I would like to be very much thankful to WVPA for giving me this an opportunity to be a speaker in front of this August gathering in this prestigious conference. My topic is quite general topic, and it will be a compilation of certain approaches and mode of actions of certain natural components which are been found to have very good efficacy as antiviral, and they could be prospective good candidates as antivirals. Okay. The points to be discussed during this presentation, I'll be focused more on economic importance, particularly of India and IB. Here we are talking only about the fat encapsulated viruses. But I'll be a little bit more specific on India and IB. India and IB vaccine development and issues with vaccinal response, immunity and immunomodulation in poultry, antiviral efficacies of various natural compounds, and at last I will give you more update on the one derivative of medium chain fatty acid called as alpha monolaurin, which has been now coming into, after post-COVID, it is coming to, it has taken a prominent place as antiviral, particularly for coronaviruses. So first of all, in the very first slide, I would like to quote from Professor Sack the Wit from a recent publication in 2021, in which they have classified the gamma coronaviruses. And now, after 2028, all the gamma coronaviruses which infect birds have been classified as a single species. Here, I'm talking about this only because we are talking about IB, and that's why this was, I thought it will be a good reference to quote here. The only coronavirus reported in chickens is IBV. IB is by far the best studied gamma coronavirus and only one which causes disease of major economic and welfare concern. The strain of avian coronavirus, previously known as the infectious bronchitis virus, is the only coronavirus that infects chickens. So this is from the publication by Professor Dr. Shack, who is present amongst us. Now, as far as the economic importance of IB is concerned, everybody knows that it causes very high morbidity, and morbidity can go up to 100%. At the same time, in young chicks, it can cause a mortality up to 25 to 30%, and sometimes it can even reach up to 80%. And this, the intensity of this mortality and morbidity depends on many factors, like they are host associated, virus associated, and also environmental associated. So ultimate conclusion is IB definitely is a disease which has great economic importance, and controlling IB is really very important. As far as ND is concerned, there is one good reference which was a study done and published by Professor Vinayji Joshi and co-workers from Haryana. They have done this survey of prevalence of ND outbreaks in Haryana, and they found that this investigation found that lentogenic and mesogenic velogenic NDV strains are circulating in commercial birds in Haryana, while lentogenic strains are present in backyard birds predominantly. Detection of mesogenic velogenic strains, not surprising, taking into consideration the intensive system of rearing of commercial poultry in Haryana. But this issue is not only limited to Haryana; it is pan-India, or even in all Southeast Asian countries. You see the same issues which are related to ND. No doubt, ND definitely is also influential, economically influential disease. And it really creates a lot of economic burden in the field. Now, the normal strategies which are applied for control of ND and IB are vaccinal strategies, and many live, attenuated, and combination of live and attenuated vaccines have been developed to give a good protection against ND and IB. Similarly, there are DNA viruses, and also nowadays there are certain attempts on the virus-like particles or VLPs, which is thought to be a good approach which has been found to have reportedly induced both humoral and cellular immunity response specific for Indian IB without requiring adjuvants. So there are many vaccination strategies which are being used, but in spite of those vaccinal strategies, we do find a lot of challenges which are related to these vaccines, and we do find a lot of failures of vaccination. And why these failures or challenges? What we find, in spite of development, very good development on the vaccines, these challenges are mainly related to the higher diversity of viral genetic composition, and also emergence of various novel strains. So this is a continuous process, and that's why the companies which are producing vaccines or the researchers who are focusing on vaccines always have a challenge ahead in combating the new strains which are the mutating strains which are coming in the picture. Another reason for vaccine failures is also poor application of vaccines, neutralization of vaccine activity due to maternal-based antibodies, interference, especially during first 7 days. Influence of birds' responsiveness to vaccines due to immune repressive infections like IBD and CA and other infections. Increased mutability frequency of the virus instigated by vaccines, and reduction in the vaccine effectiveness because of the break-in protocols of cold chain guidelines, because cold chain guidelines are must to be followed if you really want a good response from the vaccine which is being applied in the field. As far as immunity and immunomodulation is concerned, there's a lot of work which has been done, and a lot of work which has been done, and many alternative solutions or compounds have been found to have very good immunomodulatory effect, particularly probiotics and prebiotics, phytochemicals, phytogenics or essential oils, herbs, organic acids, particularly medium chain fatty acids, DNA stimulants, and apart from this, there are a lot of bacteriophages and other strategies which are coming out, which have very good effect, which have shown to have very good effect as an immunomodulator in poultry. Now, what we talk about when we talk about antiviral drugs, one major issue related to development of antiviral drugs, antiviral drugs is we'll go in the next slide. But when we talk about the antiviral efficacies of natural compounds, it has been shown in many publications that the natural compounds, various natural compounds contains a lot of organic sulfur compounds like allicin and allicin-based OSCs, which have antiviral, immunostimulatory, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant traits and qualities like in garlic and in onion. And a lot of, even there are certain recipes, indigenous recipes which are available from onion to treat in cases of ND outbreaks, which are, those are desi recipes which are there, but sometimes they really work very well. Although it is very difficult to commercialize it, but those are good. But that shows that these OSCs have some good response as antiviral when applied during the outbreak. Other phytogenic herbs and compounds also have a lot of publications already there, and MCFAs or ECFAs, particularly alpha. I'm going to focus more on alpha monolaurin, which has been found to have some effect on as this thing. Now, when we talk about natural antiviral, we also will have some discussion on why there is what kind of difficulties are being faced when you have to produce an antiviral drug. The common challenge for development of antiviral drug is development of particularly for coronavirus is the antiviral drugs do not destroy the target pathogens. Instead, they inhibit their development. So, and designing safe and effective antiviral drug is difficult because viruses use the host cell to replicate. This makes it difficult to find targets for the drugs. Viruses have very few biochemical mechanisms of their own. This makes use of host machinery which replicates. More selective the antiviral drug, the narrower its antiviral activity spectrum. That's why if you see against so many viruses, there is not a very effective antiviral drug which has been found. Although there are a lot of attempts to find out, but these are some of the hurdles for when antiviral drugs are being produced. Now I'll be focused more on one of the component, natural component, which has really shown very good antiviral or promising antiviral activity, and going to explain it a little bit more. The component is called the compound is called alpha monolaurin. The synonyms are glycerol monolaureate or GML and glycerol laureate. Naturally, coconut and human breast milk is the richer source of lauric acid, and alpha monolaurin is derived from lauric acid by esterification. So a chemical reaction of esterification combines lauric acid and glycerol to yield a compound known as alpha monolaurin. But after the COVID outbreak, there have been a good number of references about and indications about using alpha monolaurin, particularly for coronaviruses. Now here you will see from coconut oil how the lauric acid is produced, because coconut oil contains maximum lauric acid, and from coconut oil, from lauric acid, a lot of other compounds are produced, and alpha monolaurin is one of them. When you talk about antiviral activity of alpha monolaurin, how do you conclude that, or how do you explain that alpha monolaurin may have some antiviral activity? First thing what we talk about is alpha monolaurin is effective against only enveloped viruses or encapsulated viruses. So ND and IB are these viruses against which efficacy can be predicted. The envelope is needed for a virus to aid in the attachment of the virus to the host cell. Loss of the envelope results in loss of infectivity. So if you attack the envelope, definitely you're making virus incapable of reproducing. Recent findings from the human antiviral medicine field demonstrate the performance merits of targeting pathogen membranes in pathological environments, and thus support the potential for translating such strategies to livestock and poultry. So this is very important, and that is how alpha monolaurin has been considered to be antiviral in its by its mode of action, and it can be considered for livestock and poultry also. Towards this goal, natural antimicrobial lipids such as medium-chain monoglycerides or MCGMs and alpha monolaurin have emerged as a promising option to tackle the viruses and bacteria, challenging the swine and poultry bacterial challenges facing the poultry and swine industries. As far as regulatory status is concerned, alpha monolaurin has a GRA status. It is also approved by the European Commission. So it is safe because it is completely natural and it is safe. Okay. CDC, Center for Disease Control, also has done a lot of work on alpha monolaurin, particularly on the human side, because of its high antimicrobial, antiviral, antibacterial activity. And a lot of CDC work is already available on the internet. Monolaurin was found to be effective against certain lipid-coated bacteria and lipid-coated viruses, enveloped DNA and RNA viruses. According to the various studies, monolaurin acts as antiviral agent by interfering with the organ's signal transduction system, as well as the process of viral RNA assembly and virus maturation and dissemination. I do not know too much about virology, but whatever I could gather and I could simplify, I have presented here. Okay. The mode of action of alpha monolaurin has been very well explained as antiviral, and the mode of action is because of integration of the virus envelope. It can inhibit the late maturation stage in the virus replicative cycles and can prevent the binding of viral proteins to the host cell membrane. So all three have been very thoroughly explained, and a lot of publications are available about this. So we can believe on this mode of action that alpha monolaurin does possess a very strong antiviral properties. This is a pictorial presentation of how the alpha monolaurin can disrupt the lipid biomolecular structure of the envelope viruses. Here you see the alpha monolaurin, and it is attacking the lipid structure of the envelope viruses. As far as poultry is concerned, there is some there are certain publications available and some work which has been done, particularly on a product called as FRAC12, which has alpha monolaurin in it, and it's being sold by a certain multinational in US and other companies. So applied, this is published by Elsevier Incorporation. Alpha monolaurin stimulates the antibody response elicited upon infectious bronchitis vaccination of the broilers by Degussam and co-workers. See, in this whole trial, what they said that this may suggest that alpha monolaurin indeed strengthens the immune response. So the conclusion is already there. It will strengthen the immune response, and ultimately it will also show it has a positive role on the immunity. Another publication is from Egypt by Ahmad Ali Saleh and co-workers, particularly of effect of dietary inclusion of alpha monolaurin on the growth performance, lipid peroxidation, and immunity response in broilers. And here they talked about effect on the ND. And what they say is resistance to, in their conclusion on the resistance to ND, they say that a dietary alpha monolaurin supplementation enhanced antibody titers against ND compared to the control diet after 2 and 3 weeks of ND infections. So this was a challenge study. What they did on 24th day, they infected the birds with the ND virus. The most significant resistance was observed in the birds fed 1 gram of alpha monolaurin per kg of feed after 2 weeks. In contrast, no difference was observed among birds fed 0.25, 0.5, and 1 gram of alpha monolaurin feed after 3 weeks. To conclude this trial, what they say, dietary alpha monolaurin at 0.25 to 0.5 gram per kg improved the feed conversion ratio, lipid content, and peroxidation by increasing muscle unsaturated fatty acids, decreasing liver MDA content, and increasing the resistance to the antibody titers of ND in chicken broilers. Furthermore, the current data verify that dietary alpha monolaurin supplementation had no adverse effect on liver function and on plasma lipids.
Please conclude.
Just 1 minute. Last 2 slides only. So this was a part of their presentation. This was post-infection. Birds were infected with the ND virus on 24th day, and before infection, if you see the titers of ND, they were like this. And after 3 weeks, in 1 gram of alpha monolaurin, the titers were quite high, which shows that alpha monolaurin definitely has a very good effect. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Any question if anybody is having for Dr. Pradeep Linge and Dr. Kim? If no question, then
one question to Dr. Pradeep, sir.
Sorry.
You mentioned about coconut oil.
Yes.
Okay, in few studies also you've given some references and all. How much do you recommend and that?
Only pure coconut oil.
Pure coconut oil. How much is it throughout the cycle, or how would you recommend?
No, we are talking about, coconut oil contains
contains that alpha monolinic acid.
No, it contains lauric acid.
Lauric acid.
And alpha monolaurin is the, even biologically in the body also, lauric acid is converted to alpha monolaurin. Okay. But here we are talking about industrial production of alpha monolaurin by esterification of lauric acid.
Lauric acid.
Process. Okay. And alpha monolaurin has been shown to have very good effect as an antiviral. Out of the, so it's a part of coconut oil as well as a human breast milk.
Yes, such coconut oil you're not recommending.
As such,
not recommending. Okay.
Because there are certain other inhibitions about coconut oil. Although in India we are using coconut oil a lot, but worldwide there are certain other factors which are responsible. They don't recommend coconut oil as such.
Thank you.
So I have one question for Dr. Kim. Like when you were presenting on the intestinal diseases in breeders, like especially for salmonellosis and coccidiosis. So suppose we take care of coccidiosis even in case of breeders in cages. especially breeders in cages, because in deep litter we can understand coccidiosis is there, so we have to use a lot of things like vaccine and treatment and everything. What about the cage breeders? Because in cage breeder, the incidences of coccidiosis are lesser compared to deep litter. So would you recommend vaccine or any other therapy in cage breeders?
Yes, I agree. Comparing with the dim litter house system, the cage system, the prevalence of coccidiosis could be less because there could be lack of the oocyst circulation. So in that situation, usually the causative agent among the Emeria species, it could be the Emeria species can replicate faster than others. It could be the Tenella, Cerberina, or Maxima. So for those kinds of purpose, I don't recommend, even for breeder flow, I don't recommend use breeder coccidiosis. In that case, we can use breeder coccidiosis vaccine to prevent those kinds of the Emeria species.
I have one question for you, Kim. Salmonella, you mentioned, okay, in one of the slides you have mentioned 21 weeks vaccination and 60 weeks vaccination. What about in between that? Is it required? Is not required? Because 60 weeks means almost at the end, okay? Just for 10 more weeks, we may keep the birds and all. What is your suggestion related to that?
Yes, vaccination program could be varied by the management system or the other vaccination program. So you can change it. But what I want to emphasize that giving ideally 2 months of the interval between two inactivated vaccines.
Yeah, one question to Dr. Pradeep. Sir, so till what extent mycotoxins will be the contribution for the vaccine failures? As you are seeing the trend, the day by day, year on year, the toxins are emerging toxins are increasing like anything. All these days we were talking about the only aflatoxin. Now, if you are evaluating the regular analysis, all these things, we are finding the acratoxins, fumonisin, all these things. Till what extent? So many times vaccine companies are really getting the blame. I feel that it is not like that. Through feed, so many toxins are coming. So it is affecting the vaccine efficacy also. So I want your input on this.
Mycotoxin definitely has a very big role as an immunosuppressive. So it is not always good to blame the vaccine companies for if there is a vaccinal failure, because a lot of other factors like environmental factors or certain mycotoxins like anti-nutritive factors and even mycotoxins definitely have immunosuppressive role. So vaccinal failures could also be because of that. Absolutely. It's not only one mycotoxin, but if you have two vaccines, then the synergy between those two vaccines as detrimental for the as a immunosuppressive is much higher. So it is always dangerous.
If no further question, I thank both the speaker, my co-chair, rapporteurs, and moderator for conducting this wonderful session.
Now I request both the speakers to come on stage, and I request the chairman to do the honor. Please. Dr. Kip.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, please. You. Dr. Pradeep Linge. Please. Now I invite Dr. Muhammad Rafiqul Islam to come on stage and felicitate the panelists. the chairman, Dr. Aniket Sanyal. Dr. Atul Dhok. Dr. Syam Vane. Now, Dr. Sumayan, rapporteurs for this session. And Dr. Sangeeta Sharma. With this, we end today's session. And on behalf of the organizers, I thank the chairman, co-chairman, and the rapporteurs for conducting this session very nicely. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So thank you, sir. With that, we have completed the technical sessions for day one, and it's time to felicitate the panelists of the poster sessions. So I request the panelists of poster session 1, Dr. Jyoti Palod Pantnagar, Chairman. And I request Dr. Rafiqul Islam to felicitate Madam Jyoti Palod. Then the panelists for the poster session 1, Dr. Damodar Pathak, Bangalore. The panelists for the poster session 2, Dr. Shandip Gupta, Chairman, and Dr. C. Kadiralan, panelist. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor. So with that, we have come to the concluding of day one of this WVPA India Conference 2024. And here we will be break for a half an hour, and we will be assembled here around exactly 6:30 for to witness the cultural programs. Thank you.